Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MSC Solos qualifiers coming through here for finals. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives today. And folks, we are going to go through with today on a 6-round finals format. But CA, how you been doing today, man? How's your day been?
I'm good. Early morning today here for the European region, but we're back here once again. I feel like we just hit the fast forward button once again, and we're back with another mid-season challenge, which it's always a pleasure to watch the European region come out and compete. And we had our qualifying rounds already, and today is the big day. Only one winner will be crowned. The victor to be able to compete there for the mid-season challenge. Overall, what we're doing here, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited, Severio. 6 games being played out as always, and then now we have martial arts in the mix here for the EU region. But yeah, I don't know. You want to go a little bit more into detail? We don't have our standard, format how we have it for the MBPL. We do have our what do we call it? What do we want to call our old format?
Yo, I don't even know, bro. That thing isn't that thing is the echelon of like understanding. The thing that stays the same though is the ranking points. Between the martial artist duel round and the mortar wars, you guys can see where first place gets 2.5 points, second gets first or gets 1 point, and third and fourth get 0.5 each, and then the remaining of the lobby gets zip nada. And then seeing how the martial art duels points. Now we know how much this is worth. It's not a lot, but it does stretch a mile if you're like competing against a very top player. And in terms of this, 1 to 2 points can make the difference. It's 2 kills potentially. Though getting us into the martial art duel, right? The thing that we're talking about where the switch up is pretty much goes out here. Before we talk about that, we talk about the prize pool, right? It's $10,500 total to come through here. And this is the total prize pool overall, right? Look at that, 4K, 4 bands, bro, for first place. I know everyone's like, yo, let me get that money. Thing is, you get the qualification to go to MSC. You're gonna be the flown out player that goes out, represents the region for EU. And then of course, second place still gets 2,500 on the rocks. Third place gets 1,500. Fourth place gets 1,000. Fifth and sixth get 500 each. Seventh and eighth get 250. Getting a lot of players to kind of partake in the tournament, that was really a strong step in the direction to come back into global tourney, since this is our first official tournament that comes down towards EU, not only to EU and NA, we'll have that later, but when it comes down to this is going to be a first estimate in seeing how the region performs. For us though, we've been usually casting out the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League within the CN. The spring split stages have been occurring, so one of the formats that we would look into, right, that first martial artist duo, but having the phasing into this is different from what they had in the MBPL, right, CH? So this means that the players are going to be able to kind of be a little more lenient on those picks. As we come down to here, we're going to talk about the players. Run them down for them, CA.
Yeah, I mean, what do we have? Xiaoong being our CM player there. BWG Zay's back in the mix. Shirro, KFL Yak, Trex, Wooi, GGB, and Majeen. I mean, we have powerhouse names up here today, right? We got multiple players who have already gone out to J Cup in previous years, and players who've been at MSC as well. Like Zay, he was our MSC winner for last year's MSC challenge for the EU region as well, so he was able to compete at the mid-season challenge. Wooi, another player who's he's been playing J Cup for his trios team as well, but now he's here for solos. I mean, multiple players in here. Majeens in the mix as well. J Cup qualifier from last year. Just so many strong house names that we, everybody's very familiar with. And, our match schedule, as always, we're already having that martial arts duel for our game 1. And then we're going into that Mortal War for our game 2 for that midnight. Everything, nighttime, all the way through games 2 through 5. And then our game 6 is going to be midday. But there isn't a mirror match, right, Severio? This game 6 is not what we're, I would say, what we're used to now. It's different.
Yeah, technicality-wise, what the players are going to be preparing for is that through the pick bans, right? Double phase team's going to be going through there. For the martial arts duel round, this is the setup here. Wow, this is a crazy first round, though. Wait a second. We got Yak versus Zay off rip, GGB, a.k.a. Gagachi versus Wooi, and then Shirro versus Majeen, and Trex versus Xiaoong. And then the crazy thing is, this first fight is just seeing, J Cup players versus J Cup players, man. I mean, for instance, for Yak and Zay being in that first fight, that means that whoever gets knocked down here, I mean, they're going to have 0 points, right? There's no prioritization, right? But what's going to be interesting is the technicality I was talking about earlier, the phasing. Now, having rounds 2 through 5 to be going out here, what's going to be the case is that rounds 2 through 5, they follow through the same phasing, right? You can't get a chance in kind of understanding who's going to be besides you until you look at the phasing and seeing how it is now. But what's going to end up happening afterwards is that these players are going to be walking through rounds 2 through 5 potentially hoarding a pick for round 6, because in that pick round, that is a free pick round. There is no pick ban order, there is no selection process, there's no mirror comp as we're usually attested to, and understanding where the most selected hero is going to be chosen. It is free, it's free, it's free ball, right? You can go ahead, you can catch whatever pick you'd have stored up. If you want a double pick to go out there, you just need to make sure that you'd be careful enough to kind of not put yourself out there and being that one player that uses, if for instance, we got the Pepper Curse playing out the Viper, if you play a Viper Ding inside of the EU sphere, you'd be able to basically get more kills than what you'd normally get out. I mean, Wooi qualified with the Viper game 6, making it all the way through here. And he was able to earn so many points out. He's thinking in the back of his head, maybe I should pick that character. I hope he's not trolling. But if he does, right, that's because he's able to think about how his value comes up. Because every placement that we go up, I mean, it goes from $250 to $500 to $1,000 to like $2,000 in second place. Like, you're talking about a lot to kind of make some things and making strides. Though some characters in the mix, I mean, Zay, for instance, he's been competing. He's been doing the solo scrims as much as the BWG has been hosting out. But the other part is that Yak, who hasn't even taken a scrim into his life, has been competing non-stop apparently behind the scenes, because he made it right beneath Zay in the same lobby for qualifiers with under 3 points at 28. And this is gonna be the first fight as we're running down here, bringing out the signature KFL look here as Akos up against with Zay on that fairy shed.
Akos hung sword, got Zay on the fairy with the staff, pretty standard. Now we got the Akos ultimate being invested very early here from Yak. You see him going for the overhead, catches that leap, now into the jump LB, forces out the beacon, but the damage is here from Zay. Doesn't get the 1, 2, 3. Now he's gonna play inside the mech, and it's gonna be a quick reset here for both of these players.
It's crazy too. He's got that B1 recast. Look at this guy. He's walking around here. Oop, looking at the cannon shots and seeing if it comes out again. I mean, he's going for level 2, at least 2 shots. There's cannon mode, and he still has it down to wait this out. But I'm wondering, did he cancel his ultimate early?
Oh, tries to go for the missile shot. Does manage to get the damage. Now the rolls. Not sure if he canceled that. I believe he did. So we're gonna have to wait to see once we get his POV. But the overhold now from Zay back to neutral. Sends it. Big parry here from Yak. Now the hunter damage is gonna come into play. Zay still trying to stay up. Loses half of the white HP. The F is good for Yak. The F is good there from Zay. But the R&B finish there from Yak is gonna be securing our first elimination of today's matches.
What's crazy too is I was thinking about that combo breaker. I mean, the one thing is that if he went for lethal jab, the horizontal, that would have connected up an easy kill, but then the R&B comes out. All you need to do is hold R&B afterwards, after the combo breaker from the Fairy Shen. I mean, the staff comes out, the LMB, if he could get it for a clink, but since Yak was already on it, he's going to be now on his Xunhuan Li. He's going to be bringing out the whip sword. He's going to have the F1 immediate against it. The jump from Zay to deny the staggers coming out, but that catch is nasty.
That horizontal dodge was beautiful there from Yak. He forces out the Akos ultimate, but now he's going to respond as well with the lead ult. You see him applying pressure. Zay, on the other hand, tries to go for the overhead. Doesn't manage to connect, but Yak unleashes a little bit more of those daggers. You see him try to roll back. Does manage to avoid a lot of that ult, and now it looks like Zay's still going to have that ult for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the F1 comes out here. The uppercut's great. Look at the horizontal. No, he's going to go for the float. Misses that cheese swap. He's okay. Wait, we got a little bit of room. Hold check off to F2. This is going to be a lot, man. Look at the grab above R&B. 1-2 in the corner for the 3-piece, but he throws him to the side and gets a nice R&B. Yak putting himself out here for a clink off if he can get it. There's going to be the throw out here for the LMB. That's all that Yak needed to go down with. Double LMB comes out. Zay gets to confirm. This is a 1-1.
Oh, the parry bait is good there from Zay. Holds in the face. Yak parries and gets punished for it. And now round 3 between Yak and Zay. Tomok flying knives here for KFL Yak. Zay as well with the flying knives, but on Syra. We're gonna wait and see how this round unfolds. And Tomok has been a very strong character in the Pro League for round 1s in the martial arts. And we see Zay already open up with a massive parry. It looks like it's gonna be a full extension as well.
Yeah, worried is that is the case right now, is that silence is down. Not gonna be having any sort of value. Nice F1 comes out here for the cast off of the Syra. He got that V2, and Yak has no F. Okay, so here's the thing. He has no F combo breaker to the iframe through the powerful dazzle. He's gonna pop ultimate here to kind of slow her down. He has V2. He's not gonna get caught by the dazzle. The 2.0 from Zay confirms for a parry. What are we doing here? Gotta go ahead, and we gotta throw that Wisp. Oh man, didn't know he didn't have a Wisp right up. What? That's
unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I think he was trying to really loop off of that. But he opens up with another parry. That's beautiful there. Now he's going to try to chunk out some of his HP. He crosses up, catches the 1-2, overholds, but Zay sees that, has his number, and Zay is going to be able to clutch that up. And that's just unfortunate there from Yak. I saw the vision. He was trying to get the full Wisp loop, but unfortunate enough, I believe he probably had a little bit more time if he just went through his Tomok wall to get the Wisp instead of calling it. But Fortunate for him, he is going to be knocked out already. Now, what are we going to have? Xiaoong, I believe.
Yeah, versus Trex. Yo, this man's on the what? The F1 or F2? F1. This man said, yo, I'm on EU. I'm on EU servers. I can make it happen. I can make anything happen. Get the silence off of your R&B blue focus. You ain't gonna be ready for it. But there's gonna be an immediate blue into the silence. That's the catch. You remember, he has ult. Right, so at the very end of this, he's looking for the LMB catch if he can get it, and if he misses, it's some worry. He's gonna look to the back off.
Yeah, he does manage to force out the Syra ultimate. You see now, Trex is gonna try to even out the health pool, but the stun is good there for the Viper ultimate, and this is free RBs, 3 in the dome, and now Xiaoong gonna be able to clutch this up on the Viper with the silence. I mean, he's playing 0-ban, you're playing 1-ban.
Bro, the thing is, the crazy part is, I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, I thought that was V2 in the back of my head. I'm okay. This guy is gonna go ahead for the V2. But I was like, wait, he's moving a little bit slower, man. Man, that Violet looking a little bit more purpley. Listen, the thing is that Viper in the closed arena, I mean, she can go with work. Yeah. This is Zhao Fen's lobby right now. He kind of worked this in the great stanchion. Doesn't connect off of that though. Trex gets his F2 roar for the reset and the combo breaker just in time with the beacon drop.
Oh, he tried to recash the prio off the F2 to go for the second V2, but the F was beautifully called in there from Xiaoong. You see him now in the mech trying to go for the missile shot. Nice weave there for the first one. The second one gets weaved as well. The third one misses. Xiaoong now looking for the overhead missile shots. You see now the cross up there from Trex to cut that line of sight. So it's just a little bit of downtime once we get back into the neutral straight. And here it is. Xiaoong ready to go back in. The pillars for both sides. Trex catches the power, forces out the Fairy F, and now weaves Trex's F as well.
Yo, it's crazy. I'm getting 2 different identities for Xiaoong. It's that or God 7. We're finding out because he might be a god in his R&B. Jump LMB confirms off of this, and a little bit LMB catches out Trex's downfall, and that's going to be that 2-0. That's going to give him the advantage in pushing up forward his next fight against Zay. But we go to Pukin. Now, Pukin is coming down here against Wooi, and as he comes down, he's on the Enor 1. He's going to be pulling himself on the fifth blade, right? Justina staff, though, from Wooi. Now, this is going to be a one-spot shot if he doesn't have Combo Raker, if he has V1. But, I mean, the composition inside of the martial artist duel is that you bring out the F1 with the V2. Let's see what he's got. It's going to be the exact same composition there. The staff means that he loses it on the Faria. Let's take a look and see how this LMB catches, because it looks like Pukin is melting him.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him catch that prio off that first F. He didn't even recall. I don't believe I'm familiar with Pukin. But let's see. Catches reprio off that pillar. Wooi eats up so much damage, and now you see him now trying to back on up. And the final R&B there from the Enor being able to snag up that elimination in a quick fashion, make it in a 1-0. Now it's the Syra round here for Pukin, this is fair round here for Pukin. Syra round there for Wooi. What do we have? Flying knives v flying knives. So we're going to be having a ditto in the weapon department.
Yeah, and the one thing is next is that with Pukin's going to be looking for an RB catch, or he's going to wait out for the 1.0. He gets caught in double boost. Too much punishment in C8.
Yeah, I mean, it's just disgusting, man. The range of that weapon. You see the parry bait, the 1-2-3 off of this as well. Wooi now checking out the damage, catches prior, forces out the Fairy F, and he clinks off the flying knives, now forces out the beacon. Wooi now has the upper hand, can just cut out this pressure of this mech, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing now.
He took a shadow shot, man. He said, I see where you are. But the crazy thing is that Syra, he's going to use his ultimate the moment that this is going to be a timeline thing for the V2 Syra to get value. Because look, since Pukin's going to be blocking out the ultimate, Wooi's mentally in time with it if he catches out the ultimate, because it's going to be an easy catch. But it looks like he keeps himself aloof, but not blocking out the ultimate to get a hard kill confirm means that he's going to be go ahead for neutral here.
Yeah, you see him now. Scare rushes in. He's going to eat up a lot of damage now. Pukin has the upper hand. Shotgun burst not good. Staying back in the pocket. Syra ultimate now called in here for Wooi. Pukin's gonna have to be forced to back on up to avoid the dash. So you see the scare rush coming to play just in time. The 3 charge doesn't connect. We see it now. The dazzle as well, not good. Mid-range focus, not good for Pukin. Click comes in once again. Help pull pretty even. Power for Wooi. F caught him for the Fairy. Both players staying in that neutral state. Wooi parries a little bit too early. Eats up a second shotgun burst, but the parry there for Wooi evens it up. Now 1-1 apiece, and both players gonna be going around 3.
The crazy part is this comes down to the second time we got a best out of, if it's a 2-1 situation, which is going to have to be. Pukin's on the Akos, Fairy Shen for Wooi. Wooi going to have the fist blades out here, and this comes to stand the nunchucks on the Akos. Now, this is coming down to just making sure if he gets caught with blue focuses, or if he takes enough damage, any of the ore, he's going to get that block extreme. He's going to insta-cast that F2. And Wooby's looking to kind of working around if he can get an LMB, but he gets caught by a cross RMB. That's going to be another blue.
Yeah, you see him now, the 1-2 jump LMB. Wooi now gonna proc the nunchuck meter burn. Pukin does manage to get that damage. The 1-2-3 sends it. Gets the damage now. Lingering a little bit of that damage off that R&B. Gets the damage. The proc comes in once again. Nice weave, but the roll gets cut off the LMB prow. Now both players are gonna be forced into the neutral state, but ultimates are gonna be invested as well.
This is the point I'm thinking, right? Remember I was saying, if we cancel ultimate here, it makes sense, but the cannon shots are going to be coming through. Level 2 does not connect there, and it's going to be Wooi. I know he's going to be looking for the swarm shot. I know it's going to be him melting up here for a heal, but each team and each player gets 1 heal each, so he finds himself on the back end of the V1 recast. That's the last one. Pukin's going to go ahead and keep him in the sky. He gets connected. That's it. GG. No, one more shot. I don't know what's else. HP full, so I don't know what he's got, but he's going to be walking away.
Oh, no armor. Now, both players, even health, I would say. Proc comes in off the nutshot, lets it loose, gets the prowl, plus the LB catch as well, forces out the F here from Wooi. You see him trying to create a little bit of that distance. The F gets weaved, sends the R&B. Good damage. Wooi now with the upper hand, crosses up, sends it. Not the damage now. Both players staying very close to each other. You see him holding blue, no one releasing though.
It's crazy. He held blue focus horizontal, but the Fistblade's R&B caught him from behind, and he gets a parry like that. Pukin gets the kill, goes to the next stage into semifinal round for that. And now we switch to the last grouping, Shirro versus Majeen. It's going to be up to the... Shirro bringing out the Wuchen here is kind of diabolical, though. I want to see how this goes out. With the whip sword, he got that fit on him. He got the drip. He got the tie. My man's like, I'm dappered up. He even got the... he doesn't have the extreme long sword, but hey, yo. Whether it comes down to this, is also coming through unpredictable competition. A Wuchen V2 F coming out here with an immediate RMB. He's gonna pop up immediately.
Oh, he tries to get the follow-up, but doesn't manage to do so. 2-1 off the uppercut, and the ult still doing damage. BG's gonna be forced to pop that ultimate. You see him meching up very early. And actually fought this yesterday. Wuchen in the isolated 1v1, he can do a lot of damage if you're off of cooldown. Luckily here for BG, he's able to go inside that mech, so he's gonna save up some of that health pool. But now the second ult gets invested. The F called in, the swap. You see him up, the lineup here from BG. Doesn't get the missile shot, but the second one connects to the third one as well. Now, this could be bad here for the Wuchen, and he's not able to top out that health on time.
He gets an armor heal, though. He looks for the R&B. If he can catch it, he's going to look out for the pitter-patter. He gets caught, but the jump LMB as well. The pitter-patter comes out to succeed. But Gene parry silence means that the attack buff is good, and that's a kill confirmed.
And those .9 releases, man, that's the Asia face slap. You know what I'm talking about? Asia face slap. Like, Another gonna be looking at back like, why? I just had to hold for a little bit longer. But
he's gonna role play a coach behind him, bro. He's gonna look behind like, wait, there's no one behind me, man. Yo, he's going crazy. This is up to now. Bijeen's on that Akos. Fairy Shen on staff for what seems to be for it. And if Shirro can work this down, he gets a nice blue. He's good for it.
That's a good opener there. But the Fairy up, parry baits some follow-up. Not good there from Shirro. Bijeen tries to tap dodge a little bit too early, but catches power now. Gonna go for the full extension off the grapple. 1, 2, 3 doesn't connect. Had to go for the jump LMB. The V2 beacon down here for Shirro. Akos ultimate invested as well. Now back to this downtime, this mech downtime. It's just kind of a, just cut line of sight, try to hide behind the pillars, or you can, what we see the pro league log is the players play on top of the head of the barrier, right? They just grapple above just to cut that line of sight, just to avoid any of those missile shots.
Yo, my man is not Pukin. I just realized comes down here also from earlier. That man is not Pukin. That's GGB. That man is an identity crisis. Talking about that though, Shirro. I'm holding out here for the LMBs. Hey, you hear that, right? LMB comes out here, nice catch. I was gonna try to go for it again, but the combo breaker is gonna be available. It had to be burned. He knew that F2 was gonna come through, and now Shirro gets caught by a blender.
Wake up LMB, catches Prowl, parry baits him now. LMB prior for Bijeen, and that's gonna be the round there going towards Bijeen. Making it to the next round, we're gonna have Zay against Xiaoong, Bijeen against Zay, Xiaoong against GGB, which we thought, I don't know. We didn't know it was Pukin. I was like, who was Pukin? I don't know who that was.
I was like, Pukin went in the qualifiers and knockout stage. You telling me this man made it through? And I was like, let me press the doubt button, because I'm like, name changes always happen, and we're on live server, right? And Xiaoong's name is God7. I don't know. GGB? AFK? My man said, whoa, we gotta tie back in. Yo, get combat at 1.0. You can't be doing that in tournament, bro. Can't be turning. You can't be doom scrolling, bro. You gotta go in. R&B comes down here. F2's initial. He bumps up out here where he might be looking for the recast, but the Viper ultimate, right? It's V1. But here's the crazy thing. GGB can lock in the V1 Enor's iframe through it, bro. It's just all about timing, unless he gets silenced.
He got silenced, but he's able to hold. Sinzik gets parried. Now we have Xiaoong going for the grapple extension into the raw uppercut. 2-on-1 as well. Beautifully done there from the Viper. And I don't know. I wouldn't even say him being AFK in that start of the round was even a big decider, because he was able to even out the health just a tad bit as well. But, yeah, you know, still ends up getting eliminated.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he have disengagement? Is it active? Because I'm thinking about no, it is active. We've seen it in the meter. The thing is some of these players aren't running it. I'm like, in this arena, when there's nunchucks on the line, yeah, you got to think about that twice, because that grapple LMB, right, when he catches uppercut, you can disengage off of that. But look at the trades off of GGB. I mean, he makes this certain that he's gonna make, yeah, I gotta make sure to get that combo breaker used, but he gets caught into a turnaround. And not even that, Xiaoong got 7. He doesn't have anything burned out. This is a great chance of seeing this disengagement, and there it comes out. Saves the day.
Yeah, the green focus being able to do wonders, but doesn't matter. Eats up the LMB focus into the jump LMB. Xiaoong, or I guess God 7. I don't know who he is. Identity crisis, I guess.
Identity crisis, bro.
Whoever you are, Xiaoong or God 7 is going to be taking up that round, waiting for his opponent here against Majeen and Zay. Staff Farrah here for Majeen, Zay as well. So it is a mirror match here for our first round of this round.
Finally, and R&B's comes out. The combo breaker is invested. My man's R&B hell checking. He's looking for a clink off. You know, I gotta understand there's gonna be a look for the LMB scenario, but listen, he's gonna have to burn his own combo breaker. He goes immediate for the beacon. That actually gives Majeen a little bit more of a standstill here. Look at this hell check of the R&B. He also went for a 2.5 basically, right? Pitter patter comes up. I'm looking at the double nice repair dodge. Oh my goodness, and the beacon had to be used.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Tap dodge into the F spam there to get inside that mech. Now you see him trying to apply the pressure. Majeen as well is gonna match this, going inside his mech. There's a shot going towards Zay's way. Majeen gets the first hit off. You see both players now trying to take a quick heal off. He was stomped down for Majeen. Gets the damage for the second time. Applying pressure off the flying missile shots. Now Zay trying to create a little bit of that distance there to avoid some of this damage, knowing that he does not have that full health pool once he get out of his mech.
And the crazy thing is, he's gonna go ahead, try to Goomba Stomp again. Doesn't connect the second cannon shot. LMB comes out, might be going for a hitter. No, he goes straight to his stanchion. R&B comes out again. This time he's gonna space up correct with the combo breaker having not been, invested. It means he can play safe a little bit. Now he can play it dangerously. You know, you're moving up with the R&B. The only thing left is getting parried, and that's exactly what I was about to anticipate.
Nice parry there from Majeen. You see him now with the upper hand. Prowl forces out the F. Majeen now 20 seconds. If he gets caught, it could be bad. That's all they really need here. And there it is. The prowl here for Zay doesn't get the focus attack off, but sends the second one into the jump LMB. And Zay being able to clutch that up in just a slither of health. That was just so close in that round. And now we have our second ditto match or mirror match between them two, and both on the Akos and both on the Fist Blades as well. Yeah,
we deserve that Warrior Rock for a second. I thought he was gonna mess up after he missed the R&B, and he got it still got it. And this is now up to the case, right? He's looking for the R&B released. He thinks he's gonna throw the haymaker. I don't know, man. This man just dodged the F2 though. Jump LMB off the corner side, gets a nice F2, burns out the combo breaker for ultimate, and now it's up to Zay if he gets in the V1, and he denies it with the ult cast himself.
Both Fs is on cooldown, so it really depends on who can catch this leap. You see the V2 coming out for Majeen, or from Zay, sorry. Now the chase down is good for Majeen. The V2 connects onto Zay, looking for the overhold, and that gold stand doesn't matter. Connect. The clink comes in between both of the Aquases, but Zay takes it.
Yo, this 1, 2, 3 is good. I'm thinking at the roar. There it is. Look at this grapple him. R&B jump LMB. Oh, wait. Crash the link. No, this engagement. We could have read that. That's F2 cast comes out here. The R&B comes out. He gets parried. That's it. He's done. That's it. Jump LMB confirms. The scaling is nasty with that, man. And that comes down. God 7 or Shafan, who knows, up against Zay. Comes through here. One third round pick is gonna be crazy, but the Viper first round pick against Fairy Shen. We saw this comes out in the MVPL. This is a really dangerous setup here for Zay, especially if he's forced to take the beacon. But the thing is that this is Silence Viper, so anything that comes up of it about it is that he catches him on a Silence stagger. That's about all that she wrote. That's gonna be all his armor.
This has to be where that, he holds. I mean, I think that's your best bet. I mean, obviously you try to weave it, but holding is probably the safest bet, but we'll see. The beacon's down for Zay. Briefly done. Going for the 1-2. See him overholding. He holds actually the silence. Now he can just stall the timer. You see him now playing around his beacon. Not a lot of value off the F alone there from the Viper, but Zay though being able to overhold, gets the damage off the R&B. Good damage. Now the armor is gone here for the Viper. Zay's gonna continue applying this pressure. Catches the lunge into the uppercut. 2-on-1, but the Viper ultimate investor. You see Zay's gonna go ahead and iframe it with the beacon. Just like that, the ult's gone.
Yeah, it's a double negative, you know. Sometimes it comes down if you're getting forced, but this man got ran down every single time. Even after the silence, he held the R&B. Thing about it is that there was no blue focus. Just ran from the nunchucks, but against the staff, I mean, you can get crossbear, no problem. He just making look through it. And the problem about it is that the Viper's stun, it only works when she has to take the Fairy Shen Beacon, right? It's the only way to counteract it, but she having it on standby the entire time. You saw how Zay's position back and forth. He knew that the beacon was his anchor, so he came back through with it. Nicely done. Comes out here, second round. Fairy Shen though on the opposite side for God7. Getting caught by the no, he does get caught by the F2 roar. This is the one, and I think the only time we saw a max F2 roar reach for that distance and connects.
I was gonna say that too. Max range F clips up, gets the focus as well. Has the health advantage. You see the Faria trying to create a little bit of health back, but he's gonna eat up the LMB focus off the fist blade, staying in the pocket. Zay though being able to just stay up, has that ult online. Now the beacon is still up here for the Faria to re-drop, and you see it there. No damage capitalization off of this alone. To be forced to pop the ult inside the mech. You see him now trying to full chase down. The missile shots being spammed out now. But Zay though, I mean, he knows. He's watching Pro League. You see him trying to play on top of the head of the Faria mech. You see him to be forced to kind of retreat back to the pillar. So he's gonna wait this out, try to take a little bit of reset in, but not gonna be able to do so. The pressure's still here from God7.
You know, it's crazy. He hasn't even taken a reset opportunity. He wants to go full offensive, and this is gonna be a knockout so big burnout, man. The combo breaker is available, but bro, we get caught by one, we're done. V1 catches, and that's gonna be the elimination. That gives Zay the victory in the martial arts duo competition. I mean, it worked out itself. But just getting fully invested onto giving him no chance for a reset. I mean, Zay was putting out the work to allow him to burn out the ultimate early, and now he's giving his Aka's ultimate full offensive capability. That was rough. That was rough after that. The first fight, though, against Zay and Yak was kind of nasty, though, coming down. I mean, Yak only had one misstep in that tumult round, and that just really kind of tore him down in the first round. Obviously, we came down to seeing what God7 was able to bring in his first round, you know, complete success to coming through, but then he kind of worried about seeing about where he came through from Wooi's end. I mean, he's bringing himself from the trio side. He's getting all the solos action going on. He's competed in solos time and time again. Seeing how Shirro was able to kind of pack it up to go through to this round. I mean, we still got 5 more rounds to go. And of course, seeing how God7 was able to kind of come through. I mean, we still got other players such as Trex, and getting a fine line to be drawn EU's competition. I mean, these guys are pretty much going to be closing in. It's really about top 3, top 4. That's kind of rough to see who's going to be coming out on top. And then seeing who's going to be making it to the bottom 4. Still, prizes on the line. Money's on the line in CA. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to be going through with this.
Manya. Hey, that 4K. 4K for a day's work. You know that money are nice. I'm not gonna lie. Even second place, 2.5K. I mean,
yes, sir.
It's a lot of money up for grabs for today's matches. But yeah, I mean, I love EU because, you know, they always be throwing, you know, that curveball that you don't really expect, right? If it can be hero pools or whatever the case can be. And, you know, from what I noticed here in our game 1, you know, we saw Hung Sword, the martial arts, which, you know, we don't really see that in the Pro League. And also Wu Chen, right? Wu Chen. I don't remember last time I saw Wu Chen. It's been a long time since I Wu Chen, but that's the beauty of the regions. Each region has its own sauce, how they like to play, and EU has always been a region that has been a little different in that aspect, that they play something that's not very gradually played out a lot throughout the year. So I love that we still have that same kind of vibe going on here for the European region. But yeah, master game there for Zay, right? Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to qualify for the J Cup last year. Did play for the MSC, but he comes back for the 2026 season and goes through the qualifiers of the MSC Challenge into today's matches and starts off hot. I think this is a great way that you want to start off your player like Zay, because Zay has a long list. He has been playing for a very long time, and he has qualified for for the biggest tournaments of the years here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. So yeah, if I'm Zay, I'm very happy with this game 1. very beautiful rounds there, especially I would say against BG. And I know those two boys probably just you know Zero banned so much, so they understand their tendencies very clearly. And you know, you clearly saw in that fight. But you know, overall, man, I'm very excited. Right, going into our game 2, we're jumping on into our first BR match of the day. Which, you know, there's a lot of a line. You kind of want to stay up into you kind of want to start off hot for your for the starts of the match. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with a break. Once we come back, we're gonna be locking in our game number 2 here for the MSC Challenge EU region. We're back from our break. We just saw game one being played out. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. A lot of things, man. A lot of things, Severio. We got a lot of things on the line right now. Lots of action ahead of us here into our games 2 through 6. But game one has concluded. Zay was the one that was able to come out victorious there for that game one. So he is going to be taking some of those ranking points off of that game alone. We saw some very interesting things there in our first round with character picks, weapon selections, and very exciting fights as well, right, Severio? Now moving into our game two, you know, you don't have a lot of games to really get hot. So game two, I would say, is probably your quote unquote warm-up game in the essence of it just being BR. But you know, you got to quickly get into that into that flow state, just in the fact that you don't have a lot of games to really, you know, make up for it. Oh, yeah, I know what you're thinking. And I know what you're thinking.
Nah,
but that's
continue.
That's tomorrow.
Go.
That's tomorrow. Anyways, though, right? I mean, very exciting times for the EU region. As always. Yeah. Well, what would you say? Is there anything that caught you, you know, from surprise? I think a lot of from what we saw was pretty much standard. From what we're used to in the Pro League. You know, we are going to be going back and forth comparison. But is there anything else that caught your attention there?
I think one part of things that comes down is that I'm really curious in seeing what the players devise up here. There's a standardized set for preparation glyph boards, so you know that's going to be the case. We saw the changes coming through, a lot of the energy, and more importantly, seeing how the disengage has been prioritized. But some players might find some more niche in some other paths. I mean, I've seen it going down to rage paths and solos, and I'm kind of worried about seeing if that is going to be a faltering sense of, you know, pride, because knowing that you're not going to get caught is because you devise a plan against, you know, mitigating with holds, blue focuses. You might get a little chance of getting ult proc to come out here left and right. Though some things like, you know, high risk, high reward, you know, shout out to Rabicoli in the chat where it's at, because one part is that if you end up putting yourself in the spotlight of having to, you know, be a player going in 1v1 in the Rummy Yang, and then you fight and the guy fights you and he notices you don't have disengagement, he's gonna take you for a wall run, bro, and there's nothing you can do. I mean, you have combo breaker to break off, hopefully. Then you kind of put yourself in the spot of just like chasing down. EU's disengagement versus chase down, that's really the one thing we have to see. One part is that chasing down is like an art and a craft. One part of it is that either you get a way of catching the player by reading their movement, or you just lose sight of them, and then you're just, you know, you're blind to the fact. You're looking everywhere. What other thing I was kind of worried about is, you know, seeing the skill gap difference. But then again, that's all said and done. Some of these players, like I said, they don't really take part in playing in solos as much, right? They kind of get themselves a little bit more time in trios and all that. But thing is that really one of the biggest parts that comes out of solos is just game sense. You noticing where to kind of come out, where to spawn, where to take your tracks into, your reset your reset path is really one spotlight that you'd have to just keep eyes on, right? And some of these guys are gonna have to keep eyes on themselves as what's gonna be their comfortable pick, because next round is Midoriya Midnight. We know that's gonna be the Volpine's Essence. We know that's gonna be the contestation to see who is gonna be trying to get that Arcadia puzzle done. But then after that, you got floating platforms to think about for timing before the Rumble Yang drops. You still have your chances of picking up those Fireflies off of any of those locations. You still got a lot of things to, you know, run around and try to complete objective-wise. Because leading into this, similar to how anything comes through, there's always an end game, right? But the mid game is where you need to make yourself, you know, comfortable. So inside of this Immortal War setting, we're gonna look at the pick bands. As it comes down, Zay's gonna get the Akko's pick alongside with Yak in the same group. We're gonna have God 7 with Trex. Seeing God 7 get the Xunhuan Li and Trex getting his Kylan Zhang. We're gonna get GGB, aka Pukin in game, y'all. I mean, he's gotta change his name, I'm hoping, right? But he's gonna have Yorohime there. They're gonna have Tumult here for Wooi. Then Majeen getting the Lonnie and Zai for the Shirro. See, that's the thing. I was waiting for some weird pick. I was like, everything here is kind of it's kind of calculated out correctly, dog. But the thing is, Shiro's like, I like Zai. And I'm like, you know what? Zai has gotten some changes after the pink focus patch. So for her to be in here, it's also the fact that her gold focus and snared gets a little bit more focused. Like, she's able to not get countered out by a lot of other characters than she once was before.
I mean, pretty much standard though, right? I mean, we're looking at our first round. That Akko's has been staple all throughout the 22-6 season for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And, you know, we see it here as well here for the MSC Challenge for EU. Xunhuan Li there for our CN name. God 7, I'm guessing, is who is. Right now, he's anonymous to me because... Man of many names, but GGB locking in that Yorohime, which we've seen some very good success in a lot of players as well as in the Pro League's hands. That character has had, you know, even some players have favored it to double pick that character back to back with just how well she does in the Yang. Lonnie for Majeen, Yak on the Zenda, which, you know, Zenda, second to newest character in the game, has really put a staple for herself, I would say, in these matches as well. Zenda has, you know, little bit of a little personality in her old form, seeing, you know, some players prefer the V1, some players like the V2, so we're gonna have to wait and see what Yak is be playing for that character. But yeah, overall everything looks pretty standard except for the Zai. I'm not really sure how I feel about the Zai pick there for our last round selection, but overall, you know, we're gonna wait and see how that does. But yeah, right, it's gonna be exciting to see what we got going on. For me though, you know, obviously these players have been scrimming, but I wouldn't say it's like at the level of how the Pro League is able to have those scrims throughout the week into, you know, the tournaments every single weekend for the Pro League. So, you know, this is the first main tournament, I would say, for the EU region that would, you know, kind of sit you up and see how this 8-player format is, right? This is a new format in the mix now that not a lot of players are going to be very comfortable with. You have a lot less kills to go and find. You have, you know, a lot more risk if you go into the Yang, if you get that Yang depletion. We've seen a very contracted, like, just crazy outputs of just players falling, and it just, I don't know what to expect off of our first Yang. So I'm very excited to see how that does, and if we're even gonna have an end game, right? It's been, you know, very rare to see him in the Pro League. So for here today, that is one of the main things that I'm personally be looking at, just for the fact that we only have 8 players in the mix now.
Yeah, I want to see who's going to be aping out here. You know it's going to be coming down. A nice parry immediately. That's how we like to start this. God 7 on the back burner as Majeen. Oh, 0.8, bro. I'm pretty sure he's gonna grapple out. He gets out. Dude, that's crazy. But armor reset in that building, we're gonna have to see, because Majeen's already hot in the trail.
Straight action, just like that. Majeen trying to go for the chase down. Player 1. God 7's gonna be able to get a little bit of this reset in. Common armor there for him. But the drop down now for Majeen. Catches the 1, 2, 3, gets the damage. You see it now. The F invested there for the lead. Tries to back on up, does create a little bit of that space. No one's around. I'm keeping my eyes on a mini map. So this is an isolated fight for now, and I don't believe we have any eliminations have been unfolding as well. So everybody's still scaling up. You see player 1 being able to get a blue armor, and BG is just going to cut chase here. He's going to continue scaling up here to start prepping for that first Yang.
And it makes sense. I mean, he's got that purple Hong story, he's got the blue armor now. He's just got to keep this going. Northwest of Imperium's a lot to work around here, but we're going to have a Wooi fight. Hoping to see how that's going at the Heaven's Temple. This is our Heaven's Watch. This is up against him and GGB, right? So Nagachi, his is up to the Yorohime, and Wooi not having ultimate here. I mean, he must have invested that in that fight earlier, but he's still got that purple dagger. He's on glass cannon build, right? He has only common armor. That's half efficiency. Still having a lot of room here to kind of loot off of this, but having other fights actually happening, with Gene taking his fight against God 7 this time around again. But now that the Xunhuan ultimate is ready to go, I mean, that Firefly has probably been picked up. And as for Gene takes a catapult, might even rush down towards Arcadia. Otherwise, he's pushing himself towards the river, the Mercury River, to push himself towards Heaven's Watch, which we already know who's over there as it comes down to both all the teams. But Zay gets his elimination on Trex over by Arcadia.
First elimination in the match, Zay. Starting off strong here for his second game as well, coming off that win off of game 1. On the Akos, right? For me personally, I mean, it's rough. The Akos, just in the fact that we don't really see that character MVP in the Pro League as well. It's been staple first seed pick the whole season until we have someone like Burst going to game 7 and just MVP, and then, you know, because the character has been first round selected throughout the whole day, he's coming off hot off that win, goes into game 8 and has an insane game as well. But, you know, this character has, you know, dethroned, who do we had? I would say Lee was our last first round selection before him, so now has dethroned him. But now, right, 3-way scrap off Wooi to make Zay and Majeen. This could be bad for one of these players, as you see the aggression here from Majeen, looking and trying to chase down a player. He's in the middle floor. We have somebody above him, somebody below him. We might be able to see a little bit of scrap off here right before our first game, which is about to start forming up pretty soon.
What's crazy too is that Majeen, even he's got the gear of a lifetime, right? Even with the blue armor. The crazy thing is he doesn't have a lot of good Jades. I mean, he's on gray rarity Jades. That's, you know, there's 66% of the efficiency there. We're gonna have to see what God 7's up to, because looking at his lockdown potential here on Shirro, I mean, Shiro's holding himself down with the R&B hold checks, but a blue focus straight comes from backline. Shirro with the pop 7 on the pole sword, purple rarity, purple armor. You gotta be kidding. This guy's on the whole loop path. As for Wooi, though, he's putting himself down. There's a scare rush from Shirro to deny the pressure. LMB connects. He's gonna be walking away for a heal back.
But it looks like some of this pressure is going to be going towards Wooi's way. So I think he dropped all that armor. The Zai, though, now to be forced to pop this ultimate. Forces out the F as well. You see God 7 looking at the Zai. Ignores Wooi for now. Tries to full chase down the Zai. The drop down R&B doesn't release Shirro, though. Still staying up here in that gold form from that Zai ultimate. But it's about to run out pretty soon. Snacks up the purple armor, saying, okay, I'll gladly take that. Retop it off. And now he's going to have the armor advantage there against the Zai.
He said, hey, thanks for the donation here. You're gonna have that Salvation Army build, right? But here's the problem, right? Now Xiao Fen's in this weird spot. If he pops ultimate here, it's up to the Tumult, it's up to Wooi to kind of counteract that, right? The radius of the ultimate. The fact that Shirro was able to get out safely with even with investing his ultimate, and these guys taking an isolated fight, I mean, this is only be a matter of time. It's a ticking time bomb. The 1, 2, 3s. Wooi making a statement that we release those even in a tournament day. He doesn't care. He got that tiger hat on, man.
No way. You see God 7 just standing there too. Probably mad about that one. 1, 2, 3 in the face after that focus. I mean, that's the thing, man. You don't know. You don't know what the mix-up is. And fortunate enough for him, does get eliminated. But fortunate enough for Wooi, he gets that purple armor now in his inventory. Zay was around, but never joined that 3-way scrap-off. Potentially wasn't a fight. I did see him lose a little bit of that purple armor. But overall now, GGB already put us up for that first Yang here into game 2. On the Yorohime, blue halberds, blue armor. Waiting to see how he does for this first Yang. Obviously, everybody else is going to try to enter. And we might have 1 or 2 players contesting the Spirit Well drop there, which I'm not sure where is that right now. But hopefully we are able to see it. Ramo Yang, though.
Yeah.
People are entering. Trex.
Ooh, okay.
See Pepper Fly Nice.
Yeah, you want to know what I want to see from Prod? If they press tab, I want to see the build. I want to see what they got. I want to see what the Jades. I want to see the weapons. I want to see what they got in reserves. Yo, that's a nod to the Prod though. Hey, listen, protection, please. But for Trex, this is Flying Eyes on the purple rarity. He's got himself out with blue armor. Cannon shot a little bit too early. But for Shirro, I mean, on the Zai, I mean, remember he's going to be scaling up through here with blue weapons instead for now. As for the other fights, it's going to be up to Yak versus GGB. You know, so it's going to be that fight up to the Zenda Wii versus that Yorihime. Though the LMB catches here, burns combo breaker. And as for Trex, I mean, he's kind of chilling out with the damage dealt. He's got to burn out the combo breaker, which he did. Now he's got to burn out the ultimate.
This is unfortunate. Just a 1, 2, 3 there for elimination.
Bro.
I mean,
whoa. I went by a lot faster than I thought.
Yeah, that was very quick. But now Yak on the Zenda against, I forgot who Pukin was now. I mean,
GGB.
Oh, GGB.
Gone but bored.
That's it though. Zenda ult now invested, I believe. Goes for the 1, 2. That's the last E there for Yak in that ult form. Staying up. The ult recast, burn now on the ground. You see the Yorohime ultimate now being invested. Going for the uppercuts off of this sword. Doesn't manage to connect off the second, but the follow-up LMBs are good. Forces out the F here from Yak. The throwback is good now. Oh, recast. Nice weave there from Yak. Staying in the pocket, but he gets clipped off the uppercut there from the Yodohime.
But there's no way they actually didn't read that 1-2-3. I mean, that was an angle and a half. There's going to be the blue focus, though. Comes out for the LB catch. The uppercut's going to be tap dodge. It's not true, bro. There's going to be R&B. My man release. Yo, this is EU, baby. Bring me up. Give me that purple armor, though. Give me that purple armor. Let me see the weapon. We won't see the weapon in time, but it's okay. But we're going to get a nice change up here for Trex. His win in the Rummy Yang guarantees him a gold whip sword. His opponent will be on standby with the Bear 50 cal. My man's running the musket skin, the best musket skin. My honest opinion. The only problem is you missed out, GG. This is going to be upset, though. I mean, he's got himself gold, but he's throwing out these blue focuses a little bit too tenacious.
Oh, the whisk is good. Stop some recatches off the whisk there for the last hit. But Wooi's getting applied tons of pressure here. Too slow. Trex opens up with a nice shit parry there. And that's going to be enough damage there for the elimination. You see the gold weapon rarity there, scaling, being able to get the kill confirmation there for himself. Yak buying up some resources there. And I believe that's Wooi's game 2.
Yeah, it's Wooi's game 2. He's out. Though, it's kind of interesting here. Shirro's holding himself against Yak. Both of the Vermilion wielders are here, by the way. As for Shirro against this, Yak is going to proc an ultimate. Does he know that there's an opponent behind him? I mean, we can't hear the footsteps, but Yak gets a reset because he heard the Kylan ultimate. I didn't know if the Kylan ultimate was going to proc out, but Trex, he said, family. And I'm like, you know what? Buff pro situation, if you guys don't know, pro league basis is that you get to see the players who have buffs on the same side, basically until the buff runs out. Then it's just, it's anyone's game. But that's usually the success rate, right? You kind of look between, killing the forces with each other against someone who doesn't have buff. And in this case, Trex, he retreats towards him. What's interesting, though, is that since GGB is in this mix, we still have another fighter in the ring waiting to go out for the yoinks.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so much investment there from Trex, and you see him now eating up so much damage. GGB as well gets taken out by Yak. Trex next one up, I believe. Still very low. Catches prior against Yak to be able to get a little bit, but BG again. Majeen from downtime sniped their first elimination. Now comes again with another musket shot or pistol shot elimination there onto Trex. Trex invested so much there for no elim, and now you see him now gonna not be able to come back up. He does have that soul resurrection, but second Yang started to post on up. Yak here with a gold fist play is getting active here against God 7. The drop down now strips off all that armor very quickly. Zay though hasn't really been very aggressive at the start of this game, and you see him did manage to get the first elim, but I don't think he was in that mix there on that 5-way scrap out. But overall, they're chasing down, I believe, the Zhanghuan lead right now. Zay as well looking to see who can start posting for the Yang, I believe.
Yeah, mid-air F2 might be Zay's next initiative here once he gets close enough. As for Yak, though, he's trailing right behind. His Vermilion's going to run out here in just a couple of seconds in 20. Now, for this case, right, Catapult's there. Rummy Yang's right next door. But if he wants to get to another portal, I mean, there's 5 players left. I mean, 4 technically if we notice that the God 7's getting chased down and he's getting fiended on as a Shunwan lead. The problem is that he also still has ultimate coming back up through here. So if they get him cross him into a corner, he's going to be like a wild animal. He's going to be parking the ultimate, getting the recast. There's the roar. There's the misstep on here from Zay. He didn't get the R&B he was hoping for off that roar, but the recast is up, and it's going to be denied. The scare rush connects it. F1, he scales out.
That was a perfectly timed F there. And manages to get the grapple off. Now the chase game is on. Zay, first one to the scene. Trying to see if he can catch up there onto God 7. Does manage to create a little bit of that distance, but the grapple on the B is good. The chase down now staying up. Zay with the last hit confirmation there onto that player. Yak as well. Now tries to back on up. You see him gets to safety, going to try to take that Rummy Yang. Zay and Majeen stayed back. Quick reset here for Yak. See Zay looking for this elimination, though. He's still looking for this player, I believe. You see him now, going to go ahead and back on up. Looks like he's going to be taking a different portal.
Yeah, taking that Rummy Yang on the southwest corner near the altar of abiding entrance. Now for Zay as well, he's kind of having himself with a little bit of money, but not enough to kind of get the Mortal Defiance. 40k on the Dark Tide coins. And if he doesn't decide to go off for that, he could just buy some supplies. I mean, looking at his armor patterns to Vitality, he could just buy that straight up. I would have been opposed to that. Majeen looking a little bit into here against Trex for a moment, but this is now going to be the case. This is like early aggression before we get Rummy Yang portal set up to go. Majeen looking a little bit antsy here. I'm not even sure. My man's like a kid with, sugar rush, bro. He's looking at this. LMB comes out. R&B gets parried, gets full riposted on. And the damage, I mean, it speaks for itself. Majeen gets caught by gold by a gold scaling, and having the Rummy Yang portal, he's in.
Safety net was there. The realm.
Quick point. The fact, though, is that he got the parry. He burns the silence earlier. And now it's up down for at least 30 seconds in this fight. But continue. This is crazy.
Yeah, we're going to see it once again now this time in a round. Like Shirro just mentioned, not gonna be able to have that silence off that parry, but we see it now. The drop down, not releasing Majeen. Go ahead and overhold, but the scale rush is good for Trex. Into the R&B, forces out the Lonnie F. Into the LB R&B, Kak and Trex now going for the carousel in the corner, 1, 2, 3, but the gold focus is out. Doesn't go for the grapple catch there off that green focus. Now the Proud, he messes up for the second time, though. That's unfortunate there for BG. He's gonna go ahead and try to catch him out the scale rush there from the Lonnie ball throw. Doesn't manage to do so. Second ball throw goes out. Doesn't manage to connect. Trex now is being able to cut out a lot of this pressure here from this Lonnie ultimate due to only one ball left, and there it is. The F caught in there to avoid that damage, and Trex now has the upper hand.
Yeah, level 2 slaps comes out here. The combo breaker is invested from Majeen. He's looking for the scale out here, but the level 2's from this corner side. Trex has himself to look around and see, yep, there he is. It gets clinked off of that parry, but that's going to be one hell check and a half, right? Majeen gets caught on the pillar scale rush. We switch over to Yak versus Zay. That fight's already concluded. That's Zay winning his fight against Yak, and that's a fight I wanted to see. Oculus versus Zendawoo. Usually it's in Zendawoo's favor, but Zay takes his advantage here on the fist blades. And taking this fight now for Trex, getting that gold armor. He is going to be next door to a shop. He could look towards him making that purchase for the Mortal Defiance if it hasn't done so already. But as for his Jades, you know, that's a to be announced situation. We're getting hidden. But here for now, it's just going to be the last 4 players. And seeing how this is coming down here, we're switching on over between 4. 2 winners with White Tiger's prowess, Trex and Zay, with 2 losers between Majeen and KFL's Yak.
This is pretty standard, I would say. 4 up for second Yang. Sometimes we even see 3. So, you know, 4 here for our game 2. First BR match here for the European region for the MSC challenge. Yeah, man. I mean, it's been good so far. It's been good. I like what I'm seeing. Oh, straight to the max. Straight to the mix. Let's see Yak BG. Yak opens up with a massive parry, but BG does manage to get the prow, but doesn't get the full extension off of this. Both players playing fist blade, staying in the pocket. Nobody catching prow yet. Forces out the F or the ult there from the Lonnie. BG throws the ball. Now Yak to respond, but it's in the ultimate. Doesn't catch out the first one. That's a recast there off the ult. Now BG's gonna be going for the reset as well as Yak. Both players gonna respect it, but the ults are gone. If any of the other 2 players start to move on in, they know these ultimates are invested. This could be an easy, quick 1-2 for anybody coming in for that third party.
And the crazy thing is, getting that parry means that he's going to do a lot of work here. Look at that. The goalie stance did nothing for Majeen. It probably put him in a worse position. The shot is connected off of nothing. He's got combo breaker off of this end. LMB connects. We either burn our combo breaker. We invested, but Majeen still has his own, right? Jump LMB spam is coming through here. Almost walked up here into a 1.0 blue focus, and he gets clinked off, and Majeen is down just like that. This is 3 eliminations, folks. 5 kills right now for Zay in first place. I think Wooi's up to 3 as well. So it's up to whether or not Yak can get an MVP here, but look at Zay. My man's already feeding this down. He got that position on standby, and he is looking to hunt down this Zendawoo.
Yeah, Zenda with no ultimate. Zay already applying tons of pressure in this corner, forces out the F. Yak now tries to retreat. Nice F recast there to avoid a little bit of that pressure, but Zay, though, being able to keep his eyes on his enemy. We have Trex now showing up to the mix. The 1-2's off the whip sword, being able, or long sword, being able to get a little bit of damage off, but the F into the R&B focus, and Zay snags that elimination. Trex now catches prior onto Zay. He's gonna go ahead and confirm the R&B focus off the 1-2's, and now both players back to neutral. It sends a second one. The damage is there for Trex, and Zay now eating up a lot of damage.
Bro, Zay's eating way too much damage, man. Even with the Mortal Defiance here, I would assume that he's kind of worried about this Kylan ultimate. There it is. Cassis is off there. The level 2 doesn't even get thrown out. He's just tap dodging it. 1.0 slash number 1. 1.0 slash number 2. Mortal Defiance still hasn't been procced out. There's a Volpine's essence, so we know that he's saved that completely. Yeah. This is up to Trex now. I mean, he's running out the window, bro, to the wall. He is gonna go ahead and run it right back in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot to deal with if you're Trex, man. Volpine plus Mortal. You're gonna have to kill him twice or 3 times, and Zay is still active here with the ult. Trex's ult's gone. The chase down here from Zay. Ultimate, it does run out just in time, and Trex now is gonna get cut off the prow. F called in there for the Kylan. Both players, though, the health pool very evenly between both of these players. Double dodges through. Doesn't manage to get dash through the R&B focus. Does get the damage confirmation. Confirms a little bit of damage there off the Storm Stride, I believe. That's from, who's that, Zay's?
Yep. And on this place, no less, man. This man's gonna be able to do 400 damage with 3 tap dodges. It's nuts. If Trex stays himself there, he goes for a heal. F2 on the initial side. Combo breaker is up in 1 second. He's got to burn it. Yeah, there you go. Because that 1, 2, 3 would have done a deficit amount of damage here. It's gonna be a slap into the wake. And so another R&B's waiting out here for the tap dodge. He's getting caught by the Storm Stride. If it comes out for the Bolt Rod, R&B doesn't connect. He gets a jump LMB, and he still has himself out to walk out for the space out. The pistol shot comes through here. Connects for a little bit. Level 2 doesn't come through, and it's gonna be a chase through. If he counter grapples this is over.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of unfortunate here for Zay. Zay tried to go for the kill confirmation. Trex does manage to get a powder off, but doesn't get the lasting confirmation. Now the bait connects, but no, nobody gets hit off of this. The RB into the F into the bait height there, and Trex is being able to end it in fashion there with 4 eliminations on the board there. And what a way to end game 2. The two-stab finger into the bane does give him the kill confirmation, and that was a very close fight between both of those players, but Trex is able to come out on top there at the very end.
What's crazy about that is, right, the chase down that Trex was putting on, so Zay was anticipating it. He went for level 2 war. I mean, he wasn't anticipating him missing the grapple, but he pops it to mitigate the grapple stagger if it happened in the first place. That was kind of the biggest step that gave Trex a little room to breathe. And then getting his combo breaker to push him into the bane. I mean, that's just character difference right there. I mean, the knockback applied in the downhill terrain, the Moonbane sending him down to the pits of, you know, going through in terms of Sauron, you know, just like, it's over, bro. The eye is there. What's kind of crazy too is kind of noticing there between the bell rotation to the Lomu tree. That's where we saw the last fight coming down between Yak. But going down towards that in Shirro, we saw these set eliminations, the grouping of the players that was coming back and forth, even into the early game, to the mid game, where we seen this coming down. And this is actually where we see a lot of these fights. GGB up against Yak, for instance, right? Yodohime versus the Zendawu. I mean, there's a lot of tap dodge opportunities that Yak took full advantage of. And especially considering the spacing with the untrues, I mean, you got to understand that when the moment comes up there, you shift out and you're safe.
That's crazy. The double L and B off that Yodo F there, man, that's just unfortunate. Just a little error, but all good. We'll see how it goes here for game 3, but, you know, still into the highlights. This is a full mix-up here. Yak gets the last hit confirmation there onto GGB. See him now being able to tap dodge roll. What do you have? This Trex being able to get eliminated here by BG. Nice kill there off that pistol shot. Zay gets the last hit confirmation here off the grapple LMBs there onto God 7. Does manage to snag this one up. Now Trex in the realm of Yang on that Kylan gets BG. Gets that elimination off of that alone. Zay in the realm gets his last hit confirmation against Yak. Yak against BG forces out these players to scrap it off here to try to cleanse out the Yang depletion. And you see Yak with a health advantage here. Just chips off the health there, off the clink there for the elimination onto BG. Last fight of game 2. Trex goes for the cannon shots. Nearly gets clipped off that Bane as well. It's literally spawning behind him. A little early call in there off the F for Zay, I would say. He was thinking he was going to full chase down, but he didn't. And that is just...
Dude. Eyes wide open, bro. 16:9, man. I got the IMAX theater. I got the 60mm screen. Got the reel on standby, bro.
Yeah.
What's kind of nuts too is that, like, I thought Zay was gonna have a Mortal Defiance on standby. I don't know who had the Mortal Defiance. Right? At that point, I would assume then that the Mortal Defiance was still in the hands, because we can't, you know, we're not looking at the inventory, right? But yeah. The one thing is that I think maybe Trex did have a Mortal Defiance. That's why he was kind of ample in taking that chase down, especially considering that the fact is that if he gets hit by a Moonbane, the Mortal Defiance will proc through, and he gets a lot of health back because of that single hit. So if he takes any sort of pressure from Zay, he gets him pushed into that would have been his benefit to turn the fight around in his favor. It depends on what Zay had in his back pocket as well. I mean, there's still an RNG aspect to think about for the shop. Like in the Mortal Defiance, that could be in the Romy Yang too, right? That's an opportunity for stress testing, right?
Oh, yeah.
But with the shop, you know, that new addition to having that as a guaranteed option, you know, option on the table, even if it's a little bit tweaked in price for 40K, that option being available is already something you'd have to calculate into your gameplay. You have to see about who you're going up against, how successful have they been in the kill feed, and then running it down in the lobby.
There it is. Oh, our MVP is actually Zay. He had 6 elims opposed to Trex's 4 eliminations. So he is going to be taking that MVP here for game number 2. 17,000 damage there on the Uncles there for Zay. That was a massive game 2. You know, hey, I think EU finally broke the curse that I have going on. Because if you guys are not aware, I don't know if it's just me, but every single time the winner of game 1 comes out to game 2, they just have the worst game. But you know, Zay this time around has stopped the curse, the C8 curse there. It ends up picking up the MVP for this game, and yeah, I'm waiting to see how the overall standings look, because you know, I wasn't really aware of how the eliminations went throughout the whole matches. I'm not really sure how close it is.
Yeah, you just get 7 from that gang, because second place is 1 placement point. And it was just a 0.5 difference for Trex, right? Because he took that 2.5, which is a lot, right? So for him to get 1.5 additional lives, right, from that placement if he plays second, means he kind of keep the lead. Now, Zay winning that martial art round, right? It gives him at least 9 points, right, overall. But in terms of it, Yak gets 3.5 that round, but Majeen gets 2.5, one for Shirro, one for Wooi. For God7, though, and GGB, it's Pukin. They're going to have no points so far in this round. So getting us in the spotlight, right? This is only, we're 1/3 away down from today's tournament. So getting us to the next step for our scoreboard and our overall. What's going to come up next is that, the players understand who's in the right phases, who's in the select phases, who their partner in crime is. And that kind of comes a long way, because when you get a chance in looking at the lobby, if you pick a character and there's a copycat, it's the person in your face. Scoreboard wise, you got to be tentative about that, because that's also something to keep in mind about. If you look at the scoreboard, you see the players in your group, they're your biggest competitor in the scene. And if they start, if you see a fight happening and you need to take that guy out, I mean, it's going to be like a mob hit, bro. The man is gone. But the one thing is that doesn't change. I mean, that comes down to games 2 through 5. For round 6, it's anybody's game. Anyone could be anybody. So with that being said, C8, I mean, a lot of things to kind of think about from that Midoriya round. I mean, the aggressiveness was there, but the back off sensation, I enjoyed it. I mean, Arcadia was a pop-off area for a little bit, and then everyone kind of split off, and then it allowed for them to, have a little bit more survivability leading into it. Shiro's Zypig obviously was kind of a rough estimate to see, especially after the first round Yang loss. I mean, that kind of comes down to gear difference, and of course, losing out, and having to get caught out. I mean, that was all the opportunity there for Yoinks. I mean, Majeen did a great pistol shot there to take it away from Yak. Gives him a little bit more breathing room there off of that, off the pistol whip and the 46 damage. But then also kind of looking to chase down the amount of time that was spent on God7. I mean, lurking around the cliff sides of Arcadia, or Aesop Peak, I should say, and still putting in the work and trying to stay alive. But here's leaderboard wise. Actually, it's going to be 9.5 to come through there. We're going to see that coming from Zay's end, and then with Trex with 6.5, 3.5 for Yak, Majeen with 3, 1 for Shirro, Wooi for 1, 1 for God7, and with GGB bringing out here for 0.5 from that round. This is going to be our first setup and seeing how the standings are.
Initially, I thought when we first got this format where, we cut off kill multiplier, I initially thought it was going to be a lot harder to try to catch up. But, throughout the whole 2026 season of the Pro League, we've seen players really stay in that same threshold of the top player, just them staying consistent throughout the whole game, at least 3.5 and above in points throughout the games. And, having that one pop-off game, like, for example, how Zay just did, because 7 points in the lobby with no kill multiplier is a lot of points, I would say, right? 7 points is a good chunk of points to get for a single game alone. And, just that one game just like that can really just shoot you up above whoever's in the first place. But, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see how it goes. Overall, though, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting for sure.
Sir. And of course, kind of getting us into this next round, I mean, it's going to be into Mora style nighttime. It's going to be a classic map for its objective. I mean, just take fights. I mean, fireflies are everywhere. So a lot of the things to keep in mind about, we're going to be pushing ourselves across. What's going to be on the upside too is kind of seeing where the players are hoarding their picks. If they feel strength in numbers, I mean, bring out the Akko's double round pick for Zay. I mean, that would be opportunity. No one in the first phase, it depends though. I mean, it really just depends on who's going to be picking it up in the first place, because this is competition era. A lot of these players need to understand how to play that character. Shun Wan Lee as well, Zen the Wu into the mix. But who's going to be coming out to succeed? Obviously, Zay comes out from that point, getting himself a victory, breaking your curse, worst case. But one other thing is, whenever it comes down to this in the overall, I mean, he's got to keep a good average. A good average, kind of work it down, make it to MSCs for first place, and then making sure he can travel out. But other than that, he's got to be not caught out by the unsuspecting 1, 2, 3s, who's one of the players I'm looking at for that. But as for Yak, I'm actually going to see curious and seeing where he's going to be ending up picking up Akko's, because not picking them up in that first round, it's kind of a stationary pick that I thought he would be able to get away with.
All right. Well, we are going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our Game 3 here for the MSC Challenge here for the European region.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the MSC qualifiers for EU Solos Finals. My name is Severio, alongside with Creatives. We're bringing ourselves back into round 3. Now we're on Trace. We're on a halfway point, right? We're going to have a chance in looking at where the players stand as of right now. Zay's in first place. He's got himself in the standings. I know he sells 9.5. It's actually 9 points. That's going to be where he's at. Catch up is still on the board for a lot of these players, even after that first round's, for the round 2, right, in the Fedora Midnight. But we're going to more Cell Nighttime. And like we mentioned before, the way it works in the solos, this pick ban order is going to be coming down in 4 groups. So fine, for the verse of the for the matter, round 2 we all had individual picks. Everyone chose every single pick that was individual to themselves. But the chance could happen when someone gets a double pick going on for today.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody is really aware of that system and how it plays out as well. So I would say our game 2 was, a breath of fresh air, I would say, right? It's just everybody has a different character in their hands, and not what we're used to with the double hero picks from the old system. But we're taking a quick look at our draft here, and once again, I love this, man. I love this that we have all different characters in the pool. And once again, God7's gonna be locking in that Aquos for his first round selection, GGB on the Kylan. And Severio, we talked about the Kylan and how much success that character has had, and overall in the Pro League, Kylan kind of has been around that 5th through 7th selection. He's not really high up there, and whoever's playing the Kylan has a very good game. And even last game, right, Trex was on that Kylan. He was able to have a pretty good game, as well as the fact that he got second place. He was able to put up 6.5 for that game. So overall, I mean, the Kylan as well is still seeing success here in the European region as well. Majeen on the Zenda, which she's kind of in that 2nd or 3rd round selection overall in the Pro League. So pretty staple with that. Zay locking in that Yodo He-Man. Trex on the lead. Wooi though locking in, I'm gonna say Einer. Locking in Einer, right? Einer wants. Which, last year he was very heavily in the meta. We saw a lot of the Pro League players play that character out. He did not have any appearances in the start of the 2026 season. And, we had a player or maybe 2. I think only 1 player has played him in the Pro League this year. So he's dropped down very drastically low in the overall selection. But yeah, I mean, I like that we're having all different characters for our players now, because it really it sets the game of how you're gonna play at the mid-season challenge, right? In the mid-season challenge, if you kind of just go in here and play ditto characters. I mean, we all know how that system was back then. So yeah, I like that the players are they're respecting that. And we're trying to set ourselves up for the actual goal, which is that mid-season challenge. And in there, you got pro players in the Pro League, man. It's a whole different beast there. So the most practice that you can get here is going to help you a lot more in the long run over there. So, I love that we're seeing that. But yeah, game 3, Moore's OG map as always. This is everybody's, home turf. This is where everybody started the game, right? Especially these players who have been playing for a very long time. Very familiar with this map. Gonna see if there's anybody gonna be contesting that money spot. I think personally, but we did get our Dark Tide coins compensated for losing a player, but I feel like being able to scale up a little bit off those Dark Tide coins early on really sets you up for that mid game after that first Yang. But obviously Fireflies on the map, we're gonna be having those off drop spawns, those hot drops there by the ravine. As always, 2 players always land there. We have elimination quick, which in game 2 for here today, we didn't have an elimination very early. I would say we kind of was going down for like 3 minutes until we got our first elimination there. That Zay was able to catch there into that game 2. So I'm gonna have to wait and see how it does here for game 3 here in Moore's Island, which it's a very hot drop there for the Firefly. So I'm gonna be very curious to see how that pans out here for this game number 3.
Yeah, big chance in seeing the Noble Cave or Noble trying to be a drop in here, but we're gonna drop right now into Artisans Grove, Moneytown. So Wooi is up against what seems to be going through there, and then Zay is also all over by Crow's Nest. Nah, this is more by Sunvale's Dwelling, so this is way out to the east. So having a chance right now towards Zay. He's going to buy Trex. Trex has that blue armor already. Having the fight between Shirro and Wooi, though, that is going to be the case in the back line. As for this, though, he gets caught by a horizontal with the dagger. And he gets a nice crosshair. That's going to be beautiful for the hit. Jump LMB comes out, and he's still got the combo breaker, and he still has his ultimate ready to go here. And this kill confirmed couldn't be none the easier, even with the late F1. Zay, early elimination, gets him going. Shirro going to kill it like it's Wooi.
Yeah, another first blood there for Zay here into game 3. Beautifully done there. on the Yodohime. It's gonna be able to snag up the blue armor for this, but we got action. Yak against GGB. GGB's gonna be eliminated off his first life here into game 3. Yak though, to be able to snag up that purple dagger, was fighting with that already. So has a nice rarity, especially in this early game with players who don't have that damage reduction. He's gonna be able to inflict a lot of that damage. God 7 though, in the mix, you see him grappling up, starting off hot. LB opener there for Yak, being able to get the damage off of that focus attack. Now both players staying in that neutral state. God 7 eats up so much damage. You see him now pass this terrain to try to manipulate a little bit of the movement here. And you see him now dropping down here to try to create a little bit of that space.
Yeah, but he gets caught by the LMB off of that. I noticed that when he grappled, I was like, nah, this is over. You're getting caught by LMB, and he's gonna have to burn the combo breaker. Now Yak has his ult advantage as well,
nice dodge.
So he's gotta look at this. Look at this chip though. Look at this man. He got the salsa and everything, bro. He's looking at this, looking for the 1-2s if he can wait it out. There it is. I don't know what we're holding Akko's ult for, but apparently NARAKA 2 is what we've seen. This guy got dev insider knowledge. Now Yak getting the purple armor. He's going to pull up this upgrade and having 2 eliminations under his belt. And got the assault smoke. Yo, shout out to Prod, bro. Yo, can we get a compulsive shout? Yo, they are able to look into the inventory, so we see it. This assault smoke is going to carry him for a little bit. As for Zay, taking the fight against Majeen off the outside of the Wand Shrine by Sunset.
We're going to see these two players fight a lot throughout today's match, and you see it once again. Nice scale rush there from Zay, but now forces out the F, gets clip off the 1-2 damage. Majeen now tries to create a little bit of that distance. No ults for both players, already invested for both sides. You see Zay though trying to full chase down, not letting go of the gas pedal here to try to see if he can snag up this elimination onto BG. But BG playing mind games, scare rushes on back, since the R&B focus, forces out the Yodo F. You see him now trying to play around the Yodo ring to try to get this pot off. It does manage to do so. Now health pool's even, but BG with the mind games, beautiful scare rush there to back off the pressure there from Zay.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't have ultimate to push him off the F2. Not really want to take a risk off of the grapple bump, especially on that low end. But here's the case, right? Knowing that this is not going to be a fully armored out. Nice parry from Zay. This is JLB. Combo breaker's up here for Gene. Let's see if he throws it out immediately around the corner. He holds R&B. Combo breaker's up for Zay again. He's looking for the R&B catch. He doesn't get the jump LMB magnetized attack as he's hoping for. But of course, armor swap like that gives him a chance. Not true. That F2 is still able for Zay. Gets caught by 1, 2, 3, and Wooi in the distance. This is going to be a case right now for the hearing. If whether Knight go out here for a third party because he's still looting the backline.
Yeah, and Wooi's healthy, right? Purple armor, purple fan in the back end. He's going to hear all the commotion here between both of these players, but currently not in the mix. BG gets clipped off the scare rush, still creating a lot of this distance here, has the walls and terrain here to continue the movement game. Both players parry the 1-2, no prowls. Yoda forces out the F here, try to back on up. The knockback off the F, avoids the F recast. Prowl here for Zay, spins up back. The R&B jump on the B, ×2, doesn't clip him. In the back end, Wooi with the R&B focus, a freebie. He is going to be able to get that one up, so that's elimination there for Wooi. Now he has to fight Zay, and Zay nearly has that ult online, so it's gonna be a very close match still between Wooi and Zay.
Yeah, and the crazy thing too is that, I mean, he got the soul bloom. That was enough turnaround for himself to go right back in and stay alive. As for Wooi, first elimination in that game, having this first Roman Yang as well on his sights. And of course for Wooi, I mean, he's gonna go ahead with purple armor, purple weapon. Yak though, taking a fight against Shirro. I'm not sure as to where. This position's all the way out west, right? We're gonna see a chance here looking at GGB on that Kylan, right? On the initial side, waiting for this run portal to be opened up. Getting the Yang pass here. I mean, I don't know. We don't have to really go aggro on this, but he is going to be taking a chance here. Some pistol shots. As for GGB, though, I mean, he's on Kylan. As long as he doesn't burn no, he should be okay early.
Every cast clips him. Makes him go down. You see him getting out of the ring. So Wooi's going to be able to snag up the pass now. Has done his job. He wants to post up for the Yang. Does manage to bully this player out. But now GGB's going to go ahead and take second portal. Go ahead and snag up that pass. Overall map now. All right, let's see. Shirro puts it up on the left-hand side of the map. Yak right below him. God 7 right below him. Now, Trex and Wooi could potentially get a little bit of commotion there, but you see Trex now starting to rotate on the top side. GGB. Zay looking to take that mid-Yang port. Or, you know, out of the game plan, what we saw there from Zay, he wasn't really very aggressive off the start into game 2. This game alone, he's had a lot more aggression. But I would say he was playing a little bit more conservative onto that game 2, was snagging up those mid-game E-limbs off of that first thing. He did capitalize off of that situation as we saw there for game 2. Now for game 3, he could potentially be doing the same game strat of him just playing those spirit wells outside. Or, you know, we're waiting to see how he does here for game number 3. But overall, Yak first one in. Purple armor, purple dagger. We saw the commotion he was doing there in the early game here for game 3. Trex, on the other hand, a little bit of commotion onto Zay. So Zay's going to be contesting the spirit well, or the Yang, sorry, and he's going to take it as well. So Zay in the first Yang tries to get every millions. Trex gonna go ahead and potentially just go for the spirit west. We see him rotating towards it, but Yak against GGB here for this first Roman Yang, game number 3.
Yeah, 1.0 is going to be thrown in the other direction. As for Yak, he gets a horizontal attempt out, but he does not get this whole break. He does get caught by the blue focus scare rush, though. For GGB, for God 7, me throwing out this LMB 1-2 actually coming down here. Actually, not God 7, but this is going to be a nice parry for Pukin. And it's going to be tough, right? Because looking at this, right? RMB 1-2 holds it out for RMB. Hold checks is good. As for this old cast, I mean, this is going to be interesting. He passes it immediately after midair, which isn't going to add any value. He's still got 2 throws, though. Still going to wait it out. There's a nice neutral. He burns it off. This is going to be having a momentous catch. No way this guy got it. No. And he gets it easy.
No way. The Conan guard, too, kind of griefed him, and he was still able to catch the second TP. It snags up the Elim. Wooi takes out Shirro and his Yang there on the Enor, so he's able to snag up that Vermilion's purse, plus the weapon upgrade. As you see here for Yak, he did manage to get that gold longsword off of his Yang. Off the Xiaoong, too. I mean, Xiaoong, another character, right, that we saw a lot of her last year, but kind of, it's just, she's kind of in a rough spot, I would say now. We've seen a lot of success for her in the trios with that Zemda comp, right? But overall in the solo composition, it's just been very rough for her, I would say, especially with like the other characters in the pool right now. But Assault Smolder, as we saw earlier, Shaolin staff there for the staff, full longsword. Wow, I can read the J's. I can read the J's.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, clappy. The crazy thing, too, is he's on 12, 12, 12, right? Because the Soul Smolder, you always want to get that. That's already S tier Jade. Yeah. The other thing, too, is that he's running 12% attack, right? So he's running it down with those attack Jades on gold rarity. I mean, if he gets a parry and he does all that, I mean, that's purple armor and then some. I mean, we're looking at Majeen right now on blue armor. And for this case, he's over here by the side, over by the Daily Meadow, having not lost his Rama Yang just on his loot end. He's going to be scaling out here if he can, as long as he cannot take a fight that he can't with, that he can't, right, with against a Vermilion, or even more so against some other buff player that comes through here. Wooi on his end, though, he finds GGB. He puts himself against him. If it comes down to this cannon shot, it's actually a third-party opportunity for Zay. Since he won his Rama Yang, he's on 2 kill eliminations. Wooi got that cast on the F2 preemptive. As for PGGB, it's all about this Enor on is Enor versus the Kylan ultimate, and Jay, he gets his RMB. This man just dunked on him, bro.
That was a massive bonk there to the forehead off that gold pull sword. And you see Zay now going against Wooi. RB LMB forces out the Yoda F, but Zay staying in the pocket gets active. But Wooi catches Prowl 2-1-1 into the RB focus. Good damage off the gold hung sword as well. Now Zay's going to go ahead and invest the Yoda ultimate, but he heard an opposition in the back end, so he tries to retreat here off of this situation alone. Now Eno ultimate called in here for Wooi. Zay still up. The ult recast does not connect there for Zay. You see him now trying to run for the hills, but we got a 4-5 party action. Yak in the mix as well. RB focus there for Yak. Snags up elimination off to Zay. Wooi's ult's about to run out pretty soon, and then it's gonna be all hell being thrown at him once this ultimate deforms.
Everyone's here at Zest Winery. The Impale could come out in time if he connects an LMB. He gets it. Ooh. Gosh, God 7 gets deleted as a result, and Yak gets another kill steal. Soul Bloom is picked up here for Wooi. He's got the F2 though.
Wow, Prowl now for Yak once again. Yak going in a generational run right now. Big damage, but the RB back in there for BG. Snags up the kill out to Wooi. Eliminations going every player's way. Trex now against Shirro. Just full action here for the European region off of this first Yang. Wuchen, oh Lee, sorry. Was that a Wuchen? That is a Wuchen. Yeah. Oh, what?
Yo, it's crazy too. Cancels his ultimate to get his F2 back. All of a sudden, Trex puts himself here with that recast, and he doesn't even have to worry about it. I mean, off of the F1 enough, he's got a musket shot in him. I think so. Blue focus connects. He oversteps his boundary lines, and I don't know. I mean, these guys take an honorable reset. I'll take that, but for Shirro, he's in good enough space to kind of counter, grapple. Maybe you look for a heal if he could. Has no way out of this. Trex gets his first elimination, and we're 5 left alive.
So good, man. That longsword jump LMB, it's just like glue, man. It's just fake. It just full tracks you wherever you go. It's just so good. But now Wooi, money spot posted up for the second Yang. Yak in the mix as well. Yak had some really good success there in that third party, being able to snag up 2 pretty much for free. Didn't even budge to even he wasn't even getting thrown any of that pressure there. Yak was just at the perfect time there to be able to snag those E-limbs. Wooi though posted up for that second run with Yang now. Once again, won his first Yang with that gold hung sword in his inventory as we see it here. Waiting to see who else is be able to challenge this. And this is where you kind of got to start thinking, right? Players have dropped 5 only alive now currently here for game 3. So now it's a lot more riskier entering this Yang opposed to you doing in that first Yang. Just you get that Yang depletion. It's just so much more harder to try to cleanse that out. Now we're gonna wait and see. I think we got Trex and Zay with a little bit of commotion here. They are giving themselves a little bit of back and forth there for this Yang portal, but looks like Zay has the pass potentially. Yes, he does, and he's just chilling up on top, just getting full stall. This Trex is very tricky, right? Because of the 2 bars. Yeah.
He's like stuck in the top of the corner. Yo, why are you by the camel suit, bro? Don't ask me any questions, man. I just like the spot, man. This is a kind of, you know, Trex is like, all right, let me not get an emotional game right here. Grapple into the blue, into F1. Yo, in point blank range. Oh, yo, chill out. We got blue rarity. All right, we gotta walk away. So that was a little bit sketchy, but he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna try to wait this out. I mean, no one's gonna be going head outside of the Ying to disrupt another Ying pass wheel here. That would be case scenario for him to go to a spear well right now. Kind of picking that up. And as for Zay, I mean, he got his purple flying eyes here. Build check. He's got himself with 3 eliminations, right? So we know he won his first Romang as well. But as for Wooi, I mean, this is guy on Enor versus the Yodohime. I mean, if he goes up against Yodohime, that would have been something. But since it's been delayed entry, it's going to be a Majeen. And in this case, this means that. Wait a second. This means that we have a chance right now to look in the outskirts for this, right? And this is coming down to Zay versus Yak for our fight for this first Romang.
It's a big scrap off here for Yak. If Yak is able to capitalize off of this Yang and win this out, he's going to be looking very, very good for the remainder of game number 3, especially with how many eliminations he had already capped. But Zay as well has 3 on his belt. R&B opener there for Yak, being able to inflict a lot of damage there to that purple armor. You see him now trying to go in for the pocket. F caught in there for the Yodohime. Zay now is going to take this reset, and it's going to be a little bit of respect here inside his blade here for the Yodo app.
Yeah, the R&B hell checked out here. This is Zay taking a lot of damage onto the run-up R&B. You know Yak is looking for the combo breaker usage. There it is. Has his Shy ultimate ready to go, but he almost juggled out, but he got it. And he puts himself in a spot, right, where I'm like, ooh, this is kind of sketchy, because the moment she holds his gold focus, I mean, you're going to be looking for the knock, but does not get it. Still has himself to hold out for a tap dodge on the recast, and then it's all about neutral, right? F2's up in a second here, but now that Zay's in the position right now to have his F2, I mean, he's safe against any boundary. A Myriad's throw comes out. He's got the R&B hold check. The R&B drops in, combo break. He might even recast on the rollout, and that's not going to be enough. He's going to be going down.
He caught Prior off the TP, 1, 2, 3, and Zay being able to live out the pressure there from Yak, and he is gonna be snagging up this second Yang as well with some perfect patience as well, being able to anticipate those TPs, and does it in a beautiful form, as well as him being able to was forced to pop that Yodohime ultimate early, still manages to stay up. Gold armor. I wonder what the gold weapon is, but we'll probably see that there in his arsenal a little bit later. Majeen as well won his Yang. Gold armor, gold fist blades there with the white tigers. Trex though, hey, don't look at me. I'm not around.
Don't hit that bush. Don't hit that bush. Trust me. just trust me. Don't hit that bush. What's crazy too is that he's gonna be on this dagger, and he's got a gold jade for that, which I'm probably gonna assume is either, you know, I would assume sap more than anything else, because, you know, it'll be something that you can passively get. If not, might be a prize fall, might be a special whale. We'll have to see. But aggression's on, right? Wooi lost his Romang as an Enor won against the Zen of Woo, and Yak is getting melted on this end, and there hasn't even been an Enor on to be capitalized on. Look at Majeen, my man is looking at this. He's lurking. He may even get the skill steal. R&B comes out. Majeen, White Tiger's prowess, and Yak, his HP is on the bottom end, and he's at 50% there.
He has a lot of ground to cover right now, but the pressure here from Majeen is massive. You see Yak now try to scatter inside the zone. The both shots connect there. Potentially, if the elimination goes into play, goes to him. Yes, there it is. Majeen takes out Yak. And Yak not being able to live out the pressure of that second Yang, now only with 3 players up, Trex being one of those 3. Majeen back in the mix. LMB opener here off the gold fist blades. Gonna have to wait and see how he responds. Tries to bait out the scare rush. Goes for the 1-2 off of this lone. Trex tries to catch off this longsword. I think Trex is a, you know, longsword whipsword enjoyer. He's been playing his weapon a lot between these 3 games. So probably his most comfortable weapon, I would say, from what I've seen thus far. But overall, Majeen, go ahead and buy up some of those resources in the buy zone. Not full aggro right now. This is where you got to be a lot more careful, especially with only 3 players in the mix. If you're those 2 players being the aggressors, that third party can really shut down a lot of the momentum that you have in an isolated 1v1 once it starts unfolding.
And the crazy thing too is Majeen can counter hunt the player that's hunting him down. He's going to go back for the gear that he could go ahead and pick up. I mean, looking at his Jade list, he only has mitigation right now. So he's gonna get caught out in the zone, but we know that he most likely has a Motor of Defiance since he had 90,000 Dartai coins at one point. And Trex almost getting caught by the bow shot here on the counter grapple for Majeen. It's just passive healing at this point with White Tiger's Prowess. 2.0 comes out there. Trex quick swapping over back to Longsword. And like I said, like you said, the Whip Sword Longsword is probably his best and fundamental weapon here. And considering he has a dagger, the engraving comes down. I mean, it was revealed earlier, but Majeen wasn't even looking for a counter on that. He's just gonna go ahead and recast Combo Breaker. And as for Zay in the distance, he's just lurking, bro.
Yep. I was gonna say that. I see the name now, though. This is where the pressure is on. You see Trex is gonna respect it, knowing possibly the third party could be moving on in at any second. So stops the aggression for now. It's gonna play out the timer, let the zone start spreading on in. See the Bane as well, though. Puts the form on up. It's gonna be very tricky. We saw in game 2 the heartbreak there from the F into the Moonbane Elim there onto Zay. But Spirit Well is up. Mystic Might up for grabs. Not sure which players are going to be contesting this, as you see here for Majeen. Still try to scatter a little bit more of these resources, but only 11 grapples in the inventory. Not a lot, I would say, especially for chase downs. But Zay, on the other hand, Moon Shard. Oh no, Palm Lightning, sorry. Off the Flying Knives. That's he's off to play this purple rarity instead of whatever he got from that second. Yeah, right. We don't know still what weapon he was able to snag up off of that alone. But Mystic Mike now is going to start forming on up. It looks like Trex is dead in center. BG's going to be contested as well. And Zay's posted up for that third party. This can get ugly there for both BG and Trex.
Yeah. And I'm looking at Trex right now. He's like hoarding himself around here. But Sky Punch immediately, Jose is looking on the offensive end. I'm like, yo, let me get this guy out of here. The crazy part is that knowing that these guys are both on purple armors, I mean, for Trex, he hasn't revealed himself to Zay. And as for Zay, he doesn't know how this Shinhwanli has been performing so far. I mean, in terms of gear, right? So looking for some pot shots coming down here. Trex is going to take the opportunity. Last repair chest, though. So he can't repair dodge, right? He's going to have the armor heal or, armor heal dodge. Dreadful Whale, though, that's going to be the Jade here in the mix as it comes down for Trex. Hoarding this Spirit Well before Yang Spirit Well comes up, though, that's a tricky one. And considering that Majeen is right there, he is going to go ahead and hard contest, and Trex uncontested by none the wear. And then for Majeen, he actually gets pushed off here he pushes off Zay as a result, which kind of is interesting. I mean, Spirit Well buff is going to be coming up here. Who knows what it is, but these guys are going at each other's throats, and Majeen is actually putting himself on full offensive.
Yeah. And the thing is, Zay got bullied out the Spirit Well, so both of these players could potentially be focused out the Yodohime here, especially the ones that ult goes online. Just gotta kite it, but it's gonna be a massive parry opener there for BG. Stacks up a lot of that armor there from Zay. Zay's gonna be forced to pop their Jodo ultimate. You see him now trying to fight for his life. The Zenda ult being called in there for BG as well. Tap dodges is good. Gets the last hit into the recast as well. Catches him in the back end, but a massive parry there from Zay. BG now eating up a lot of damage. The health pool now even between both of these players, I would say, but in the back end, we got Trex now showing up to the mix. Then Graven elimination there onto Zay, and Trex takes out Zay, and that's 4th for BG. Not sure how many Trex has, but now both players gonna be duking that out here.
Bro, R&B catch is all we need. This is no Zenda Wu ultimate available. Tap dodge, R&B doesn't get thrown out. Jump LB to kind of deny that. And for the matter of the worst, I mean, I know the guys are in comms right now. Trying to like, yo, what's going on here? But for Majeen, I mean, this is him getting the summoning flag for the full reset. Well, at least for health reset, right? We're going to take this fight. It doesn't matter. Even the Combo Breaker's invested. We got F1 for that. There's going to be no parry. Look at this. Floater House comes up here. R&B doesn't connect. Whole reset coming down here for Majeen in a second. He gets a full R&B. He gets it. But the problem is it happened right after that cast. There's going to be the jump into that parry immediate. We catch another one. Recast midair. What are we doing with this? We can restand here. Restand it. There it is. Goes out, but he goes too far.
Doesn't get the full capitalization off of that. Green Focus was charging up as well. I would say Green BG now to go ahead and try to cut out some of this pressure here from Trex. Armor swaps is still online here for Trex, I believe. BG on the other hand is going to go ahead and try to top off his gold armor. Does manage to cleanse it out, but now overall, F called in here for the Zenda. Gets the F recast, doesn't get the 1-2. Yes, he does. Gets the damage off. Now has to avoid the lead F. Does beautifully done as well. Catches power, but thought he didn't. Now catches the 1-2. Sends the 3. And Trex now with a massive parry. Now the F pull going towards Trex's way. No, it's pretty even between both of these players. Jump LMB. Catches the 1-2. Does manage to tap dodge away there. LMB. The LMB focus is good off the Hong Sword though. Now the Tova is good. Gets the silence as well. Into the LMB jump LMB. But no! We have the Water of the Fires comes into play. Now the Zenda ultimate comes out. Does get the hits off. The flying arrows goes into the 1-2 into the snipe down there, and BG being able to snag an elimination now jumps up to 5 plus the dub. What a game day there, game 3 there from BG. Sorry.
Yeah, but he puts himself in a good position on that Mode of the Finals, man. I was worried about it. I was like, did this guy burn it out earlier? I don't think so. I mean, going against Zay in that position where you had a safety net, and now he worked out positioned perfectly outside of the Spirit Well range where he wasn't going to get a reset. They were stuck in that ravine. And what the crazy thing is that as much as it came down to it, Trex did some crazy work going off of those catches. I mean, all he needed to kind of confirm it was kind of looking for that restand I was talking about earlier, right? Like, he was hoping to get it, but he threw it too far. The amount of damage came out there. And obviously, the engraving was his tool in his arsenal, but bringing it out here, reversal, first round, first fight, Trex lost it against Zay, and later on gets the final blow on him. And then, of course, for Yak getting his kills against GGB, this is kind of an easy two-piece that Yak is able to pick up here, getting purple armor and keep him moving forward. And then Wooi finding an opportunity for a double kill steal here, gets one off of Majeen. This fight was really, like, this round, was pretty tenacious, man.
Yeah, that was super close there. Zay manages to stagger the bloom there to stay up. He does cut out the pressure. Zay with a massive bonk there onto GGB. Snags at the Elim. Wooi though stays in the mix. This was just a full commotion off of this Yang, right? Just everybody coming in hot there for their aggression. But Yak manages to snag up too. I believe Wooi gets eliminated there after. Trex against Shirro. Jump LMBs ×2 there off the blue longsword. Snags up that kill. So Zay here against Yak. This is a massive Yang as well. Stays up, weaves the TP. See him now. Majeen against Yak. Snags up the last bow shot there inside the zone. So gets the hit confirmation plus the elim there for himself to snag that one up. Majeen against Trex here for the final 1v1 of this game 3. This was a big decider here. Trex though, just unfortunate, man. That's just unfortunate there, man. Not going for the R&B uppercut there. It's gonna bite him there.
Yeah, I'm thinking to give him a little bit of credit where it's due, right? I mean, besides the Mode of the Finals, in the back of your head, right? RMB into that. I mean, he still had to worry about the combo breaker, which was coming up there, and I don't even think enough damage comes off. Maybe. I mean, this is purple rarity, right? But I don't know if enough damage would have come off of a grapple bump blue, maybe, potentially, to kill off Majeen in that scenario before the combo breaker comes up, because he can't do anything fancy. I mean, if he did go for anything fancy, hindsight-wise, he would have get caught by a combo breaker into ult cast because it was still coming up. Just passively not thinking about the Mode of Defiance there really bit him in the in the rear end. Now, what we'd have to really understand, what's coming up next, is just whether or not my camera starts to stop lagging. But one other thing I'm going to think about is just the denial on that Spirit Well, that comes down from Zay. Yeah. I was thinking that Majeen and Zay would have taken a pardon in terms of who's going to pick up the Spirit Well, because the other one was getting ganked on from Trex. But leading this down, Yak actually becomes MVP this round. That's nasty work, because he did get 5 kills. This man was cooking it on the shot, but I think he went out in fourth place, so he does get a chance of getting a 0.5 there for placement, which would just be enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking throughout when I was watching those highlights. Did Yak get enough elims there to snag up the MVP, just due to the fact that he got those early fight elims there with him having that purple dagger to start of game number 3. He was able to snag up that good rarity weapon, and then that commotion off that first Yang, he was able to snag up those kills with the pistols with those third parties. But standings here for game number 3, Zay, 6 eliminations, 7 points here for this game. Another 7-pointer there for Zay, so he's up right now. 7 eliminations for this game alone. Trex though now with 4 eliminations, 6.5. Yak,
yeah, I know. We're gonna look at the scoreboard later, gal. we'll see what's up with that. But I mean, concurrently, Yak was getting his eliminations and kill steals, which I think 5 was actually the count, right? So this is actually from last game. So this is from
game 2. Yeah, that's what
it's game 2 stats. So while they're still working on that, we'll get a chance there for the overall, y'all. There it is. Bingo. For our overall stats, right? So seeing where Yak was able to get 5.5, he took the lead. It technically is supposed to be going through there, but Majeen was actually getting 7.5. So I mean, looking at the leaderboard overall, right? Zay is at 13.5 for first. Majeen's at 10.5 for second. Trex is in third place with 9.5. Fourth for Yak. I mean, that's the staple right there, right? Because now next you look at Wooi's position with 3 points in 5th, Shirro with 2 points in 6th, God 7 in 7th, 1.5 for GGP, aka it's weekend in game for 8th place, and top 4 is really the ones you got to watch out. I mean, anyone could have a rough round like for Zay, Majeen, Trex, and Yak in the next 2 or maybe 1. That gives a little bit more room for the other guys to kind of start climbing out. It's just coming down off that round, taking any sort of placement for first place. I mean, it's a lot. And if Majeen got 5 kills off of that end with a 2.5, I mean, that was enough to make him that MVP for that round, assuredly.
Super close, man. Top 4. Just a couple of points differences there in our top 4. halfway point now. They're down to that game 3 being concluded. So game 4, 5, 6. I mean, the pressure is on. It's super close here for Zay, Majeen, Trex, and Yak. I would even say, if, Wooi or Shirro, or even, the bottom 4, if they're able to, come online now, this is the perfect time to do so, especially with you having an off game for those games 2 and 3. So, game 4 for that bottom 4 is going to be a big decider, right? Only one qualifies for the midseason challenge. So there's a lot on the line. A lot of money on 4K for that first place. I mean, that's a good bag to take home for a days on NARAKA, I would say so myself. So, it's a lot of action still. Game 3 concluded. It's a game 4, though. Are we going to keep seeing the respect there on the hero pool, right? We've been having these... What's up?
No, like what you just said. Yeah. Like these 8 selective picks. Pretty fire. Yes. I'll be honest, like I'm just hoping to see where that kind of comes down if it still stays the same, because like I said, it's just by chance that we're getting these in terms of order. But if not, I mean, listen, that'd be cool, because I really like to see the individuality coming through here. I mean, the Wu Champ's been making its round here now again, but I don't really mean for Shirro, but for Trex, I mean, he was able to kind of find the elimination. You saw how easy it was for Shirro and Link to counter out that Wu Champ, right? Like, the recast comes out, doesn't even matter about the recast plays for V2 Wu Chen. I mean, the thing didn't even do anything for him, just to kind of push him forth. But thing is if he finds the right opponent, like it comes down, you go into a break, because that's exactly what we're going through, guys. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna throw it to a break. We'll be back for round 4 for Holoroth Starry Night. See you guys in a bit.
We're back here with the mid-season challenge here for the European region. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severa. We just saw 3 games being played out here for the finals of the mid-season challenge here for the European region. It's been a blast to see here, right, Severa? We just saw an intense game there in that Morris Isle game 3. But a lot of back and forth between these players, a lot of upsets as well with those third and fourth parties. So, you know, that top 4 right now is super close with 4 to 5 point differences here to see who takes the overall standings. But currently right now, Zay in first place right here with a massive game 1, winning out that martial arts into that game 2 as well with a 7-point game. And now our draft here for our game 4. Severio, we're respecting it. Look at that.
No way. No way.
We're respecting.
Hey, maybe it is up there, Rusev. Maybe we got that 8-round pick phase selection. Hallelujah. But listen, Akos is still first-round pick. GGB,
yeah,
he ain't taking a shot. But, you know, it's exciting to see how this top 4 comes out. It's very shaky. For our pick selection here, it could all make the difference. For Wooi, this is a Shun 1 league game to bring it out. That's for Majeen. He gets his Yodohime. Shirro gets his Tumult. Zay gets his Zenda. Kylan for Yak. And seeing about how God7 gets his Zygain going in here. Trex is getting his Xiaoong. Now, for Trex, I mean, he's been on this track record. He's in 3rd place overall. 9.5 points, right? 4-point difference between him and 1st place, right? Obviously, it's going to be a chance right now to see whether or not it becomes, you know, worse for wear. But into the Hall Ross starting now, we have a different objective to think about. This is going to be going to the point of who's going to go for Salvation Podium. Who's going to get that gold weapon? Scaling wise, Kylan would honestly take his position there, I would say, because everything comes down to him getting early start with that scale lead for damage. And then whenever he gets a chance there, he gets contested. What's going to be coming up next is who's going to be the contester. I mean, every single player can think about themselves as, you know, as a hot shot in the game, but you don't get those fireflies off drop. You don't get that, you know, first set of troves that might give you a little bit of a gear edge. And then all of a sudden you just take 4,000 damage and then you're gone, right? First life is down. Move over towards the trenches, take a reset over by Plume Castle, work around what you know best, but just thinking, what if I took this off drop with an opportunity? That's kind of one thing in the EU. I'd rather say, I say it in the global region where some players are like, let's just see if it works out. In this era right now, though, we are in some hot waters with having these players in the top 4, because any one of them think they can take the mantle in terms of Salvation Podium. And if they don't succeed, that's gonna be a rough estimate seeing where they come out to kind of get themselves back on their feet.
Yeah, and I mean, even what I mentioned right before the break, right? Even that bottom 4, right? They have a lot on the line here, especially in this game 4, to try to make up for a lot of that loss that they didn't have in the success of their first 3 games. So, you know, Zai, I want to mention a little bit of Zai. You know, it's been a little weird. Oh, we'll talk. Oh,
Whoa.
No, the stun, the Irish stun down from Yak onto Zay. The back-to-back R&B focuses. I couldn't even yap and yak with the elimination out to say early on here. And Zay now is going to be forced to take that resurrection elsewhere. Yak be able to snag up all the loot here in this area in a devious way. Bro,
that was devious. It made some devious emails, man. That's crazy. The fact that he's scared though, he didn't really anticipate that was going to be in his corner eye purview, right? That's the first and last time in Zay's mind, right, to ever have that happen, at least in competition for this character. Because now for Yak, this is going to be scaling up here. We're going to be putting ourselves into that replay. I can't believe we replayed that. Oh my, yo, shout out to Prod. They know the way, bro. Yo, we went back for the logo too, and this guy gets a double purple weapon. I can't stand this guy's RNG because he is winning out. Gamba, bro. Gamba time.
And there's another purple dagger too. And he got a purple fan. So it's like, it's keeping him in the same pool. But God7 going at it against Wooi. Looks like God7 is to be snagging another elim there onto Wooi. Very quickly though. I mean, that taskbar just pulled up and the elim and the kill feed popped up instantly. So elimination is going to come into play. You see Yak though. Going to go ahead and just stall out this bounty target. Does manage to snag it up. Gonna have that information for a player, but overall though, beautiful scaling on the weapon here for Yak. Already with a purple weapon once again. He's able to face off somebody. No mitigation there on that melee damage. I mean, it's just so much damage you're able to inflict there in that purple rarity weapon. Any weapon at that, and then he gets a purple armor. Okay, so he's fully stacked up here for that first game. Purple armor, double purple weapons as well. Another gold trove. Why not? Go in there. Let's see what you get. A gold weapon? Imagine.
Yo, imagine. He gets a cannon though too. That's good. That's good. But you know what's crazy? Shirro fighting against GGB. Now this fight's been happening for a little bit of time. Hopefully they can switch over to that, seeing what the position is. But as for Yak, I mean, he's the bread and butter right now in terms of gear. We're gonna look into the Plume Castle 4-man scrap off. It looks like Majeen is in the back line, F1 from Zai, and these guys are going crazy in the paint.
I'm just thinking, I don't know why I say gold weapon. You can't even get a gold weapon off a trove. But overall,
ranked mode Delulu, bro.
he just like breaks the game's rules, like just like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and get it. But no, action here, Plume Castle. First one in is gonna be God 7. Looking at Majeen on the Yodohime. Majeen still with that common armor. Both players as well. Up in a slap, cancels into the RB, forces out the Yodo F. A little bit of aggression there for Majeen. Still full chasing that Shirro in the back end as well as Trex. Not trying to get in the mix here between both of these players. As you see, God 7 still full chasing down the Yodohime. The Zai though, ultimate 90% there on that rage. Eats up the damage off the RB, forces out the F. Jump LMB times 2. Back to neutral for both players. A little bit stalling here for the Yodohime, but gets clipped off the scare rush there.
Yo, the RB catches though. He gets a 2-on-1, please. Oh. Yes, he goes. It's good. Jump LMB. I mean, just clink off. Just jump LMB. Okay, he didn't get the glue attack, but that's okay. We'll go for it again with the dash LMBs. That's enough for us to get our second kill, and this is 12,000 Dartai coins. Armors have been purchased out. I mean, safety net for what we don't have Yak needing to get one, so it gives God 7 the benefit for it. Purple rarity scaling. I don't know how his mitigation game is going on right now in terms of loot path, but for him right now, as a Zai, I'm hoping for the best. Let me put it that way, because Zai's designation in this Roma Yang, I mean, after her, well, I say buffs, but after they changed the way it works with the gold focus on her ensnared, certain fight matchups still not in her best interest, but she can still mitigate some more powerful setups like against Akos. So what's going to be curious in seeing if she does take that advantage there. For at least in our gear, she's going for the health, she's going for mitigation. She's got nunchucks on standby. It's actually going for full mitigation. She's allowed it. Wow, I can believe it. I actually wouldn't believe the RNG in this game. This is actually a monstrous game for a lot of these players, because not only did she get her chance to pick up 2, right, but replacing by the health gauge. I mean, mitigation succeeds through your health as well, right, for damage taken. But getting caught by that scare rush by Xiao, we don't want to contest this from this portal, because 45 seconds on the clock. Xiao's got the fit drip. She got the I'm gonna stop. But the thing is that with 40 seconds left on the clock going down here, no one's gonna be kind of working around seeing if they want to contest the Xiao, especially considering that she is stacked with purple armor.
Is this? Yeah, this is back-to-back Enor games. Oh, that's Lee. Sorry, I thought it was Eden for a second. But yeah, let's see it. Overall, drop zone here. Shirro on the Yang here on the left side. Wooi posted up there. The Salvation Podium. You see him. Oh no, that's above actually. That's top left of Plume Castle. Wooi. Top side, Yak as well. Posted up. Zay posted up. Majeen might be rotating on. And Trex already posted up for Yang. So, kind of have our players already who are going to be taking that Roma Yang. But overall, hot start here into game number 4. Wooi on the Xiaoong Lee. But yeah, Desire, right? I mean, it's kind of been weird, just in Pro League sense of that 8th round selection, who you're picking, right? It's just kind of been a toss-up of what these players like to pick, and then most of the time it's just a personality pick. And, you know, we've seen it here for the European reason. A lot of players are favoring that Zai, even if they're not in that last selection.
Yeah, for real. But, you know what's crazy in this fight? What's kind of case is that this is actually one of the worst Zai matchups. Because of the shy, if it's on B1, right? Because considering that the shield throw can come out at any point in time, it's ultimate focus. Nice catch on the RMB. That's going to be a wake up. There it is. Gets a nice extensions here. We look at this engage. We don't worry about it. It's not even existing here. There's going to be Shirro on ult cast though. Gets no ensnared value here. Considering Trex is ready to go for the throw. He's waiting for the next gold focus. And then of course, even though she's airborne, she's free real estate there. Jump LMB connects. Jump LMB connects. Last shield throw needed to get the kill confirm here, and it's not even necessary. He goes for the third one. LMB comes through the F1. Might even scale around the corner here if you get 3 or 4. Ooh, can't even do that. Can't even do that. Scare rush is good though. And that's gonna be eliminations. That's for Wooi, or at least in C, he is up against his fight against Shirro. So this means that Wui's on a shooting Huan Li. And seeing how Shiro's getting a wailing out there, we're gonna see Yak getting a kill against Zay. Dagger play coming through there. Shirro getting a kill against Wooi. And that's for Majeen on the outskirts here. I mean, he has a scaling. He doesn't need the Roma Yang. He does nothing, right? But this is going to be where he's going to get ambushed here, especially since as Xiao's come from Trex. He's going to be right on the outskirts. And they're looking for both to get this bell hit. And whoever hits it first might be going on the hunting spree. But who knows? Because once he sees the buff, Majeen might back off. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, smart plays. You don't want to get aggressed on right now. Plume Castle is a very hot zone. Especially here in this topside terrain, which is still in the safe area of the zone spread. So a lot of players are going to start rotating, I believe, here on this area of the map as well. And you see Majeen being one of those players who are going to rotate early, wants to post up early here, get his spot right for the remainder of game number 4 on the Yodohime. But players with that Vermilion's Bird's Might are going to be trying to get active here to try to capitalize. And you see it, Trex already looking for it. Majeen Notices their aggression here from Trex, so he's going to continue his movement game here on the top side of his rock terrain. A little bit of movement area there for Trex ×2. So, unfortunate enough, he's going to have to cut his ties. He just let off of that chase and just rotate on out to see if he can find any other players to get aggressive onto. With a minute and 50 seconds left there on the Vermilions, could potentially run in there onto God7. But GGB getting an active season. Oh no, he doesn't. No, the back end gets clipped there. That was a sneaky move there. The Colino comes out there from GGB. Yak though. No, that's Yak on the Colin. Snags up the kill. Third party Merchant gets the elimination there. Perfect timing. And Yak now has to face all the pressure here from the Zai.
It's crazy too because she's going to go all in. She has to. This is going to be the case. Hook, Clink off in the middle. Soulbreak doesn't connect here for Yak. He's looking for the R&B. The Ensnare is ready to go. You know this is God7's position right now to hold it down. LMB doesn't connect midair. He gets a attempt for a blue focus parry, but that's not going to happen for this gold focus once it comes out. And Snare's going to burn the combo breaker completely. Yak is going to get caught out here. Oh, wait, he held it. And this is weird because I saw Wooi in the backline. Majeen's rolling up right back in here. Beautiful parry. And the R&B kill steal. F1 comes out. Who is going to get the Zai?
That was such a close call there from the Zai. Manages to stay up just in time. Yak though loses a lot of HP in the mix as you see Zay joining the fray. BG now as well in the mix. 4-party already getting active, but it looks like they're looking for Yak right now. The Zai gets a sign of life, gets a full reset with 30% range. Once he's trying to get active though, you see him though, looking at Yak in the back end. It's gonna be BG with a lasting confirmation onto Yak, and now still staying in the pocket, not afraid. Zay's gonna go ahead and back on up. 38% of his range. This could be tricky trying to go against that ult there from Zay's inventory.
Yeah, exactly. Backline, we're going to see Trex get a kill against Shirro. Vermilion's going to be proccing passively, but problematic is this. I mean, this is real Yang depletion. No way. Yak went for the raw salty run back. Wait a second. F1's consumed out here. We got ult back in, and I think that's why. But primarily the Zai, though, I mean, they're not even looking at her. She got no grapples. They're looking straight at this kind. No combo breaker. They read that. And as for this is gold rarity for Yak. But I mean, on this run back, there is nothing worse for the wear because since he does have eyes on him already from before, I mean, they're all both looking at him as like, you know, pieces of the pie. They're going to be looking for both of them to kind of catch off. And whoever can join through the fastest, either Majeen or Zay.
Yeah, and there goes the Colin Ultimate. 44 seconds there on that Yang depletion here for player 1, God7. Looking for the chase down there onto Yak. Yak can just create a lot of this space here. But half of that white HP. Grapple check there in the back end. Not sure from who. Possibly Zay, I believe, due to the prompt there on the right-hand side of the screen. Second Yang starting to form on up. You see player 1 gonna go ahead and still try to get in the mix. I mean, 20 seconds. One hit confirmation is all they need. And the Yodo gets it. I believe that's BG in there. He is able to get the hit, but not in time. Still 13 seconds left. So one more hit is gonna be needed here. 10 seconds remaining. Nobody's being able to see it. BG on the other hand, gonna go ahead and back on up. If he releases, gets the hit. 10 seconds back. Now a little bit of time back due to him doing damage, but no aggression here from the Yoda He-Man. Looks like the Zai's just gonna be giving up to the void, and nobody's gonna be claiming this elim.
Yeah, no, he got it. Last hit. That's tough. I honestly don't know why we went for that in this short amount of time. I know we can extend it out by damage or ticks. But we gave an elimination to one of our competitors in a small lobby when these points, it stacks up, guy. So for God7 going down that way, I mean, he had 2 eliminations there. He could have taken that to the zone, auto zone. But the one thing that is next is whether or not for Majeen is that he takes his kill. He has now the money in his hand. As for Zay, though, he still has no eliminations this round, but he's still not, fearful of taking this Romy. Hey, what?
Take, but aggression now from Majeen in the corner. This is a very awkward spot to be in. Not being able to have the camera in your favor with that big statue right next to you. And we see now BG tries to capitalize off the damage that he's able to inflict there in the early states of this fight, and does manage to pop this ultimate. He's going full on in here against Zay.
Oh man. I already hear the comms later. It's over. Majeen comes down and he fully limbs the Zen the Woo here. And it's crazy too, because you think about it like, oh, well, what about the Romy Yang? Well, here's the thing. It was 5 players left, so taking this player out guarantees at least the other rooms to be available. Now for Majeen, he's at 68,000. He doesn't even want to take the chance to go to the shop, right? Even if the second Romy Yang is completely available after the portal opens up, he's going to go ahead and start this off. And this up against Trex. Gear-wise, I don't know what this guy got. But we hopefully can see that in a second here, because we wanted to see that for a little bit for Majeen, though, on fifth place. It's up against him and Trex already bringing it down here with those nunchucks that we saw from earlier.
BG playing around the pillars. Trex as well. Both players holding Scare Rush. Majeen be the first one active. Sees the Scare Rush go through there from Trex. Now the next meter burn cancellation there from Trex. But the 1-2 Majeen capitalizing off it is getting aggro straight into the pocket. Now crosses up, looking for the Scare Rush potential. Clint comes in. R&B focus is good there from Trex off the gold nunchucks. And this R&B bonks are going to be hurting there with that gold rarity nunchucks.
And the crazy thing is that Majeen doesn't even have anything to fear. I mean, look at this. Scare Rush right into the media, looking for the R&B. If it comes down here for Trex, he holds out the LMB if he can look for a block extreme if he needs it. But I think he's safe enough to double R&B. Arbor grapple. Okay, this is going to be risky. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be good for him. What are you talking about? This is a Xiaoong versus a Yodo Hime.
Yep, there goes the Xiaoong ultimate now invested here for Trex. Now the first proc comes in off the shield block. Doesn't release it though. There goes the second ult recast. Doesn't have the time, but has the tap dodge. Beautifully done there from Trex. Throws it. Doesn't manage to get the hit off of that though. Beautiful weave there from BG. Now procs the third. Has 2 shield throws to his name. Misses the second. This is bad, but comes on in with the R&B there for the damage confirmation. Now the Yodo F is invested in. You see BG now is gonna go ahead and try to take a reset on. Does manage to put 1 powder in.
Uppercut won't be connecting off of this. Trex knows he gotta go for the full meter to burn, and that's gonna be leaving himself at 25%. He needs half of that meter to get filled up so he can block it. And he gets caught. The combo breaker's up, but he doesn't get enough for the meter for the Binding Fury. Now he's gonna go for a mid-air jump LMB. Well, that's a mistake. I don't know, but he throws it horizontal. He almost got caught in a repair dodge, tap dodge roll from Majeen. This is some tech play, gal. This is actually like peak tech play coming through both of his sides. Horizontal comes out here. We don't release those. We go ahead. We hold it for the R&B. That's Trex taking victory. Oh,
wow.
Oh, man.
Wow. He went for the jump LMB. Trex half armors and releases. It has just enough health pool to survive that jump LMB there, and it is going to be able to snag up that second Yang. Yak as well. Gold whip sword there for the weapon rarity off that Yang. Gold armor obviously as well. So on the Kylan, see him already posted up on the Spirit. Well, we go ahead and capture it. It's going to get the remaining resources off of this as well. With the White Tiger, Shirro on the other hand, I mean, he can feel the aura of the White Tigers. He doesn't get too close, but you know, he is kind of in a rough spot here. The Tomokes haven't really been having a lot of success throughout today, I would say, here for the European region, which is, you know, he's a my-lovable character, but, you know, sometimes it's just rough for him, especially with the characters in the pool. But overall, he's still a very good character.
Yeah, and as for Yak, I mean, he was able to get those attack jades. I was noticing that, but nothing really in his inventory there was, you know, to complement it. I mean, he's got gold great sword. He's got the whip sword as he's been holding on to. What's going to be tough though is that if this is up to Shirro, if he gets cornered by the buff bros, I mean, that's death sentence for him. Shirro can't go anything against a Xiaoong on the outskirts after being shield blocked if she's been having to pop ultimate. And as for Kylan, he can go ahead and just slash in to mitigate the whisk throws, right? And for Kylan, this is Yak on V1, by the way, so he's using variation 1. Having the opportunity not to go for level 2 where it's a straight line, he can go ahead and he can angle it out here or even drop like an anchor in midair. And then, of course, it just comes down to him mitigating it in purple focus by standing still and holding charge. As for him, though, he's also on Whip Sword, having the range on this end, having the White Tiger's prowess, but more importantly, that Mortal Defiance that we saw from earlier, which means that we know that Yag has a safety net. We just got to work out and see what's going to happen next, because whether or not for Majeen or for Shirro, whoever comes out here on top, they got to make it work, because Yang depletion is going to be kicking in. 100 seconds left to go under for the clock for Shirro, and it's up to Majeen to make sure he can get himself out of this worst for rare state with a parry like that.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate there for Shirro. Just opens up, gets parry, loses a lot of that HP. 1 minute and 25 seconds for that Yang depletion to take effect, but hard task now. It's going to be forced inside the zone. Not sure who is full chasing Yak or Trex. Seeing in the mini-map, Shirro does manage to find a little bit of space here to take 1 powder in, but the White Hill is not topped off. Players waiting on both sides of the zone, and now Yak shows the fray there, shows the mix into that jump LMBs there from the whip sword. Trex though as well tries to get the hit confirmation. Dreadful here on the gold dagger. This could hurt as well here for Trex, being able to have the J plus the weapon. Oh my god, I mean, all he needs is 1 jump down. There it is.
Yo, the clink off the F2 though from Yodo Hime. Yo, Majeen minutes for that, but this is the kill. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get the mag, you know, he doesn't get the glue stick. This is Falcon's perch too, so if he wants to kite in the building, he could have gotten it, but Majeen gets the salt smoker proc. Soul was joined by, if I'm not mistaken, by Yak in that position, so now it's up to Majeen to kind of go ham if he can.
Trex with 3, tries to fight, tries to stay up here in this fight. Majeen though sees it, Gonna try to throw a little bit of attention there on Trex, the only player without gold armor here in the mix. But Dreadful comes on now, gets the damage, doesn't get the follow-up. The F called in here for BG. Now has to try to scatter. Now to the Moonbane Surf here to try to create a little bit of space right through the dead center. We see him now try to kite back on top here in the side of Plume Castle. Does have a little bit of terrain to do so. Doesn't get caught just yet, but the dagger, such a fast scale rush, has assassin lunge as well. Just full kitted out here off this gold dagger. Trex though not being able to catch up there onto BG. In the backside now, Yak shows up to the mix. BG now gets counter grapple there on the top side. Yak being able to apply a little bit of that damage as well. And this could be bad hit for BG as well.
Yeah, Scarro's going to try to look for the catch up here. We can get Yak on a Jebel Aviga angle. That'll be great. F1 combo breaker comes up for the parry combo. It doesn't come back. And then for Yak, I mean, he's thinking about the Jebel Aviga spam if he can get it. But having his pistol ready to go, I mean, once he gets an angle, by the time he lines it up, Majeen's already scaling out the corner. Nicely done. And then for the disengagement, Majeen knows he has to take the zone tick damage. Did we get a proc? Did we get a proc? I don't even know. I don't know if he hit him once. I don't think he hit him even one time in the pellet shots. But as for Majeen, he can't get the kill. He can't give the kill. Having to go ahead into the zone, hoping he doesn't get it, and he does not indeed. And Yak tries his go ahead, scales right back to Yang Spirit Well, but let's see if Trex is already on it, because he looks like he's going to be going ahead and getting the Yang Spirit Well ahead and getting that setup. No way did we pop ultimate after we already claimed it. Might be an opposite day, folks, because for Trex, he has to back off now that he considered because he did not use his ultimate right.
Wait.
Oh no.
That just made this 1v1 so much harder for him there. No ult going into this, and you see him now cuts line of sight. So we're gonna wait to see what Yak does. Now the flag's gonna be picked up, so he is gonna be getting that healing over time there with that flag in play. But Yak though ready to go on in. Wow, wind spout, what are the fines? Been up to 10 stamina strike, Hexa Harmony, Spirit Palm, Lightning is going straight for the cap, but now aggression and folding. We got what we got. We have forced out the F already. In the back end now, Trex tries to get active. Assassin Lunch again there for the opener. You see Yak now does manage to force out the F there from the Xiaoong. Tries to parry bait him. Nice weave there, double weave, but the silence is good. Now what's gonna be the mix up? LB focusing the dreadful well, drop down, not good. Land to the top side, and now back to that neutral state. Yak has the spacing as well. He's anticipating ult, but the ult's not there, and Trex is staying up, not full chasing in because he can't.
Yeah, man, this is rough right now. I mean, for Trex, he's like, I hope he doesn't full invest me. But here's the thing, 40% can go up to 100% real quick if he does enough damage. In which case, he did do some work here to catch it up. There's a combo breaker. R&B holds out from the distance. We're not going to throw it. We throw it this time for the 1.0. There's going to be up to Trex right now for the combo breaker, though. Dreadful Whale has just been a mind read for Yak, though.
Yeah,
I don't know. This guy's been catching his LMB, or he's going for the R&B release with purple, or the blue focus. But the crazy thing, too, is this. Suddenly Essence gives a little bit of a safety net where Yak has to play mega safe. Even without the ultimate knowledge, he's going to have to look for it. Dreadful Whale doesn't connect. He tap dodges away because terrain. R&B goes out here, no parry off this end. Trex is going to go ahead and scale out here, and of course we know Yak has a position right now to pull himself towards that Spirit Well where he has an armor reset, but having this swap, this is good. We uppercut, we can't. Combo breakers up, that's okay, we got our own. And now it's just forcing Trex on this kite game, because now that the White Tiger's prowess is down for half its duration, Trex is pushing him towards his opponent's reset, which I don't know if that's intentional or just me big brain. Otherwise, look at the ultimate bar, like I said, 40%, now we're at 100.
Yeah, let me focus. I mean, those assassin launchers just really chipping Yak's HP through, but he kites the fight back towards his Spirit Well captures. He does have that gold armor swap. Now, Xiaoong ultimate now called in here for Trex. Does manage to get enough rage off of the aggression here from Yak. You see it now, throws it, gets caught up now. Yak, go ahead and respect it for just a moment. He's gonna go ahead and retop that armor off. Now ready to go back on in. Overholding the double charge there. Gets the follow up, but no. The nice shield throw there from Trex, being able to shut down the pressure there from Yak for just the time being. In the back end now, Trex ready to go back in. And I'm telling you, these assassin lunges are doing a big wonders here for Trex here against Yak.
Yeah, horizontal doesn't go through. It goes to the R&B. This is a lot of damage. 1-2. So look at the switch to the nunchucks. This is actually kind of a fundamental switch up here, because now that he switched it over from the dagger and all, he can go straight to neutral. Knowing ultimate's going to be online. Nice stun, but doesn't get the LMB. He was hoping for R&B. Comes out. Might be looking for this R&B release there. It's going to be the horizontal. You know, the blocking stream is already full. He knows he can catch this, and the R&B has to be connected. We can't do anything fancy. Nice. A lot of optimal damage being done in here. Scaros is confirmed. The combo breaker is now invested. Trex still has an armor reset if he can get on top. Goes for it, risk it. He knows he has combo breaker. He's good for this. He's good for the LMB if he can get it, but this is going to be a kickoff for the Dreadful Whale if he can get up for that armor reset, and he sees it. Could he pick it up himself? No! This is an equal fight.
Wow, we're back now. A little bit of help back here onto Trex, but the 2-1-1 there for Yak. Snags up that gold armor's HP so fast into the jump LMB for the confirmation hit, and he leaves the game so fast. He said, I just did that, I'm out of here, ready for game 5. And Yak here into the 4th game, being able to have a massive game 4 there. It snags it up pretty much possibly even in that first place spot, because Zay got eliminated with 0 eliminations into that game and around 6th, 5th maybe place. So, you know, everybody else that was right below him, 2nd through 4th, really had a better chance here into game 4 to climb up in the leaderboard. Just the fact that, you know, he got eliminated pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, though, I mean, this stun was like, it was replayed twice, so we were going for a 3rd time. This is what gave a snowball effect, but we saw the loot that Yak was getting. I mean, we held his position for a long while, but we saw everything that I was able to kind of take away. And as for Zay, I mean, this is up to Majeen, right? But he notices this is an easy kill opportunity. He needs to take this, no matter what, even with the 5-player deficit going down here, knowing that he gets the Yang, it's just blue armor, come on. Like, that's the easy. As for Yak in this fight, I mean, against Trex, what kind of came down to this as well was that the availability on that Yang Spirit was for the powder, right? It was available for Yak if he wanted to yoink. But the fact is that he actually had him Trex having picked it up there, him having his own. Trex still didn't stop the onslaught. I mean, he tried to go in here to try to scale up and then down and try to reposition, and Yak's like, oh no, he has it down here. He gets a reset. The R&B, he clinks, and this is a weird spot for him to find himself in, and he gets caught in the R&B after he takes. And this R&B connection off of the 2-on-1, jump LB glue. And we're in there, and we're sticking it out. And the Yak comes out with 7.5 points that match, guaranteeing himself as MVP this time around. And as for the scoreboard, this is a big upset. This is a big upset. Even though Majeen comes out with 3 kills on top of that position at 10.5, now he's going to be up to like at least 14, you know, with the placement points that he's able to get in 3rd place. What's going to be coming through here is that Yak comes out here with 7.5. He should be at 16.5 even, you know, on the scoreboard, which means by the overall, he's in 1st place. This is going to be that switch up, you know, for everybody in the, even towards everyone in the bottom 4. I mean, they still have a little bit more room to breathe, but remember, this is not for cash, but the 1st place gets to go to goes to the MSC challenge, you know, MSCC, right? But the thing that comes out is these guys are going toe to toe each other. Nothing is pulling these guys apart furthermore than who's going to be able to get one bad game and try to catch up that pace.
Yeah, I mean, I would say now Zay was on top right before game 4, and then now that the Yak's there, I mean, he's gonna have that same pressure like what Zay had into this game. He can't get eliminated early right here. He needs to try to stay the gas pedal down to stay up in the remainder of that game 5. But yeah, I mean, marvelous game 4 overall. I would have loved Trex though to stay there with the dagger. I think just the Jade selection that he had was just, you know, it was very overwhelming, right? Assassin's Lunge, dreadful. It's just so much to try to deal with. And you saw the success he was having with those Assassin's Lunge, and he was throwing it at a very perfect time. He was throwing Yak off guard a lot, but Yak overall still manages to MVP here for game 4. 5 eliminations, 21,000 damage. He's putting a big damage here for this game alone. He's going to be taking the MVP for this game. Standings pretty soon right after this as well. Very curious to see how the overall stats look though, because I mean, it was already close. We had like a 4-point difference between 1st and 4th. So now it's a game 5. The pressure is on, right? Got 4 games out of the way. You know overall who's in contesting there to take this this tournament home in that top 4, right? So overall, man, game 5 is going to be full with a pack of you know, just so much action. And here it is. This is what we got. 7.5 for Yak, like you calculated.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that Yak almost got knocked down early, y'all. I mean, remember, he salty ran back as Altered Tranquility against Shirro, and that almost caught him in a bad spot. He even got chased down through Plume Castle, and yet he still survived. And the weird thing is that even everyone noticing that this the Kylan already pocked ultimate and everything on the V1, not getting caught out there gave him a little bit of salvation, especially to this end of the game. You see the points where we ended up seeing Shirro taking in, you know, really ambitious run, like severe, even God 7 took an ambitious run, I should say, right? For rushing down Majeen, potentially getting a hit, getting an extension, but combo breaker aside, you can't do anything after that. That's burned out for 5 seconds, basically. Look at the points. Majeen's now second with 15, but Yak's taking first with 16.5, 13.5 for Trex, tied with Zay.
So
and then Shirro with 5.5, 3 for Wooi, God 7 on 3.5, still for GGB. Just having a rough day. Having a rough day. I mean, 2 rounds left to go. One more pick ban phase rotation. Last game, you know, who knows? But guys, this is going to go down to 16.5 for Yak. This is going to go down for our 4th game. This is going to go down. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, potentially, and see you guys afterwards and see where the shakeup is on those leaderboards. See you then. Or we don't. Now we got more to talk about. Yo, let's talk about this. So here's the thing, right? On the fourth front of effect, right? Zai puts herself in a position where you think she was gonna get focused out, but you saw the disengagement from God7. My man put himself away. The whole lobby didn't switch up over this. But now I'm being for real now. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna see you guys in a bit. We're gonna see you guys after round 4. We're gonna go into round 5 in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're bringing ourselves to round 5, man, and it's been pretty locked in. Let's put everything on the board, right? For EU right now, it's all about the competitors to make it out alive for us in terms of top 4. Considering that our previous placement wielder for first place was Zay, getting a 0-point game there and not getting any placement points, it really shook up the standings. I mean, for right now, between Majeen, between Yak, between Trex, it's all coming down to this in terms of our placements for what we'd have next to kind of consider. Is just who's going to be able to kind of come through here in this last pick ban draft round. This is Pedoria Eventide. We're going to be going ahead back into Pedoria. We're going to have, you know, Arcadia thinking about Arcadia. We saw Volpines being utilized in the first time, you know, when we had that value coming through. But this time around, this is going to be where players, you know, you can get a mental boom. And I think some players might get some of that to kind of go through and just say all out. You know, some of the players, especially on the bottom end, but especially when you kind of like recollect yourself, think about what you can kind of put down towards, just kind of going through the flow chart of yourself and just seeing what's best for you. As for the pick bans, individual picks, I swear, this is great because now it looks like the August is coming out for Majeen to catch up on that scoreboard. Break it down, CA.
Yeah, I mean, BG, right? Locking in that Aquas for that round selection. Pretty much standard throughout the whole day here currently. Zay locking in that Smoke for his game 5. God 7. He has so many names now. I just get confused. On that, Zendo Wu. GGB, Faria. First Faria we see for today, which, we haven't seen Faria in the Pro League as well since last year. So, we've seen Zeiss come out here in EU. Now the Faria being invested as well. Shirro on that lead for his game 5. Yak on the Lonnie. Trex locking in the Enor. And Wooi on the Kylan. Another respect here on the draft pool. I would say I respect it. I like the GA. I really do like the GA because just the fact that, once you make it to mid-season challenge, this is what you're going to be working with, right? You're not going to be having any dittos in the pool. Everybody's going to be playing a different set of heroes, and you have to at least master 8 characters, especially if you're going to be going up against the best of every region for the mid-season challenge. So, love to see the GA here for the European region. To game 5, though. Game 5 has a lot on the line for that top 4 from first to second, 1.5. First, third, and fourth, 3 points. It's just so close to take the overall standings right now, with the top 4 being so hot right now. It's going to be a sprint to the finish line and see who's going to be able to come out victorious here in this game 5. And, what are we gonna have? Is anybody else in the top 4 getting eliminated early? This is why we love NARAKA, right? There's just so much that can come into play. The game is just so different, so many aspects, and we're gonna be locking in game 5 pretty soon to see how that's gonna unfold.
Yeah, for real. Another thing too is kind of getting us a chance here. We're gonna be witnessing potentially early off drop fights that comes down. We saw it almost in Bedouin first round, right, where we saw that first initiation, but no kills were earned until later, right? Like you said, 3 minutes later on, that's when we had our fights to kind of give a guaranteed kill. A lot of pressure is on the line right now for our off drops and seeing who's going to want to contest too. But considering that we'd have ourselves a Fairy Shen here, I feel like she's going to be one of the oddballs out here to get focused on. But look at it, it's GGB's already rushing down to Arcadia. Actually, the whole lobby's here. But what's kind of the case is that, it's just all over the place. I'm seeing this as like, first minute get a kill, but look how far, like, a few in between, right? It's like, it's weird. They're pushing off each other, doing a little bit like one hit, and they walk away from each other. This is exactly what I love to see here for round 5. And then, of course, seeing who's doing objective faster than anyone else. Zay's in the north, God 7's in the north. It's just a matter of who's going to get these coins and who's going to stack up against one another. This is the most patient we've seen in the first 30 to 45 seconds.
And the thing is as well, like, a player can go ahead and do the dash, like take K and just get a coin and leave. You can't get Volpine. But overall, massive parry there for GGB to be able to snag up a lot of damage there onto Trex. You see Drex now to be able to back on up. Does have a space here to skirt rush. Lots of players around. You see some aggression, but now the real aggression here coming in hot here from Trex. The F recast, but catches probably off of this. Forces out the Faria F into the follow-up, but the drop down comes in hot. Not sure who that was. Showing up to the mix. Trex not being able to make the last hit confirmation. The jump billet B comes in just in time. Trex snags out the elimination, and it's BG in the mix here with the Aqua's ultimate already online.
God 7 takes a little kill steal onto Majeen, and what's crazy is this, that the spear throw comes down, man. It's kind of rough. That's kind of rough to see, because now that Trex is on active ultimate, I'm looking at the spear throws, right? Where we go, and this guy's impaled. This is a lot of damage. Who's going to look for like a third party on this end, man? And this is the guy who's going to have the pop ultimate, gets the V1 cast to knock back this Enor 1, and it's all a matter of this, whether or not he gets his E cast out, because he's getting staggered out before he even has a chance.
This is a hot drop. So many heads still around. Shirro now joins the fight. See now in the back end. God 7 stays up, snags it down there with the rain of arrows there, being able to snag the elimination onto Shirro. Trex now very weak, tries to scout out the pressure there in the back end, but Zay with double jump LMBs for the hit confirmation onto Trex. It's just so many eliminations now going towards players' way. Not sure who's gonna be able to stay up here in Arcadia for that Volpines, but Wooi still in the mix against Zay. And that's Tammy versus Kylan, and we see the aggression still happening here from Zay.
And now RMB comes out here for hold checks after Wooi. Holds it out for those halberds, gets complete burnout on the combos for the combo breaker. For Zay right now, he gets indoors and he's safe for a little bit of time. He almost gets caught by the uppercut there, but he's going to have enough time to get to the center platform. As for this points right now, it's up to the coins, right? Who's got the most coins in their pocket? I can't tell, but for at least for Wooi, he's getting the loot out here. Is for Zay. So that's his ultimate online. And this is V2 for Kylan, by the way, for Wooi. Keeping himself nice and mental monked. He's putting himself down here for this Kylan as he brings it out in trios for his team tomorrow as well. Though kind of getting our chances here. Look at the shop. For Zay, he's going to get his gold spear. His purple spear is going to convert to a staff. it's optimal for the tumults, right? And any sorts of the directions. But for Zay right now, I mean, this is all about the coins, man. It's all about the coins. Who's got the most money in the pocket right now? And for that Volpines especially, he could take that to first round Yang for a guaranteed victory unless things turn for the getting caught. But let's take a look and see. I mean, for what we have in this lead, a little more room to wear. I didn't notice Yak in this area. Did you notice Yak in this area? Because I don't think I saw him in the peripheral.
No.
Where would he be?
Wait.
Okay,
yeah, I didn't see him.
This is
no, he was here.
Was he here? Wait,
yeah,
there's a lot of
is he playing Akos?
No. That's Majeen. Yeah, Majeen's walking the Akos.
Oh, then yeah, he's not in here. Then.
I think he took Skygate's Cove completely. I honestly think he took Skygate's Cove completely because I think that's another draw for him now for that end from what I've seen in history. I'm getting like my flashbacks. And if he got Skygate's Cove, you know how much loot is in there once you hit the lava, the dial, right? So once you hit that, all those chosen are available. I don't even want to think about the gear that he's got in hand again, at least for this lobby. But since the Rummy Yang is going to start acting up here for the portals, players making their positions, God7 taking a chase down against Trex, but no grapples. He's at 0. So he's got to go over towards this side. Take a look at the dash and fall court, making sure he can kind of bring this down. And looking at this spot, this is also on a reset route for somebody. So competing against these guys, I mean, 2 eliminations right now for God7 on Zenda Woo. He might put a spotlight in the mix if he gets a real victory on the Rummy Yang against Zenda though.
That's too crazy here in the J selection here for God7. Just had warrior pace, standard health, and attack Jades as well. Purple longsword with that blue armor intact there for himself. Players are already posted up for that first Rummy Yang of game number 5. See Yak though, yeah. What? He's near Arcadia though.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, sure. He might have taken he might have swapped over to sword soon, took the catapult, moved up towards a floating platform. Maybe. I say that maybe because there's no floating platform on the southeastern end of Arcadia. So either he just took a whole route. But Zay finds God7. He wants to contest this. He's gonna earn it down. The old casting to recast immediate was kind of the safety that he needed, but he gets caught. He gets caught, bro. And this is gonna be a pistol shot to death.
Beautiful. Big bow shots here off the whisk into the R&B, and that's a nice showcasing here from Zay, being able to TOD with the Tomo. This is what really sets the Temis apart, right? In every match, that TOD potential off the whisk. There's so many variations of how to do it. If you're able to execute that with your ultimate and get a nice call in right on the wall with a nice grapple check like we see a player like XY do, I mean, it just can rack you up a lot of elims, and we see it now. Zay against GGB. Faria here for GGB, looking for the LB focus. Doesn't matter to connect. You see him now, gonna go ahead and jump down the beacons, gonna play around it. The Temi ultimate was invested as well, staying in blue there. So Wooi getting caught up with the whisk. No whisk rethrown thus far. There goes the second one. One for the third. Tries to see if he can anticipate the beacon, but now this is going to be a little bit rough here for Zay. He has to force out the pressure there off of that, but it doesn't matter. Gets caught out the whip. Doesn't get the full RB damage. The RB LB is good. Now you see the fair mech is to be taken, and Zay is fairly healthy. He has to just stay up here and live out the pressure here from the mech.
He gets a nice cannon shot though. I know that Pukin's like, all right, GGB. He's gonna be looking around for a heal around the corners for round 2. And as for Zay, I mean, it's the best case scenario for both of them, probably.
Yeah.
As it comes down to the stall off, and of course, looking at the timer on the Safari Shen, it's gonna be around 40 seconds left before he deforms. Double rollout comes out from Zay, no cannon shot in the box, and it just comes out to all these misses, and now it's gonna be the last heal. But nope. Gonna be caught by the R&B 1-2. Zay's gonna hold out for the 1 point. There it is. And of course, combo breakers available for him. You know he's gonna be spacing up here for it. And the pistol shot comes out. Bow shots needed too, at least. As for Pukin, he's gonna be spacing up. Gets caught by a jump LMB as needed. And a vertical gets parried. That's a purple whip sword right now in Zay's hand. So not only this is purple staff, he's got purple whip sword. He's got a gold weapon, whatever that case may be. And he's also on 3 eliminations, catching himself back on the leaderboard.
We had another massive Yang as well. We had Yak going against Majeen, and Yak ends up winning that Rummy Yang. So now Majeen's gonna be having that Yang depletion timer on his back. And Yak and Zay, 2 out of the top 4 are gonna be coming out with that buff on that Vermilion. So you see it now, Majeen quickly getting active here to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion with 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock against Shirro. Be able to go ahead and invest the Aqua's ultimate. Nice weave there on the Lee ult. Uses the V2 to dodge through, but doesn't matter to get the full stagger out because the Blades had a little bit left there on 10, but it doesn't matter. The second V2 connects here to BG. The overhead nearly connects, but now in the back end, third party starts to move on in. That's Trex. Trex not trying to look for the pistol shot confirmation there with that player being very weak. BG is going to respect it. He's going to go ahead and snipe it down with the F there, beautifully there off the roar, and BG's gonna be snagging up the elim plus the cleanse, and now can just book it out. Has to know ult zone proper, he needs it, but the pressure's still here from Trex, I believe. Yak though roaming in the outskirts with every million birds might looking for that third party. He had beautiful third parties there in the game 4, and he's looking at it for once again here in game 5.
The entire lobby knows that this is going to be an area of contention. They know this is going to be a spotlight because of that blue bubble in the sky. Now it comes down to just a ticking time bomb. Trex has the Enor Wand, not popping his ultimate. It's kind of saving him the grace of doing so, but 2 minutes on the clock. But Gene's going to be out of that Yang depletion, one of the few players, and he's going to go ahead for that full reset on the top floor, but no armor powders. Look at that. 17,000 Dark Knight coins. Got to make his way to a shop. Got to get some purchases going on here. Gold Fan going to be in Yak's hands, though, after that victory on the Lonnie. One elimination so far in the lobby, and that being that Realm of Yang victory, and still having purple focus or purple you know, something on his pistol. I wonder if it's a quick charge on the call. We'll see. But as for this, salute. Purple fine. I just picked up there, and Zayd's like, oh, thanks for that gear. I'll take that. And as for Trex, he still makes the attempt here to take the fight up. And even though with this Forbidden Seal, he can't even pocket an ultimate, because if he does, he falls down below. It's over, bro. The floor is lava.
That was such an awkward, like, just POV. Just right at the edge there of the no ult zone. And you see it though, Wooi. This commotion against Trex and Zay. Woo's gonna be able to snag up one elim. Trex though can eat up a lot of this damage, loses all that armor. You see Zay though applying tons of pressure, trying to make up the loss he had into that game 4 here. Trying to snag up another one. The overhaul off the gold staff parries. That's a connect though. The second LMB follow up now connects. Now manages to get the drop down 1, 2. 3 is good, sends it now. The jump LMB times 2, and now Zay snags up another one. Not sure how many that's for him, but Yak currently only with that Realm of Yang win with 1 on the board. But seen Yak though how he plays in that you know, late mid game to that end game, he really starts, you know, picking up a lot more of those elims from what we've seen currently here in today's matches.
Yeah, we get to much more gear, though, that he's going to be able to scale stupendously high. This is good for Zayd. He's, I think, at 4 eliminations right now. Yeah, so this comes into scene about his Vermilions running through his course, but Gold Staff has been picked up. He's going to be going ahead and having that as his secondary. I mean, he's got a good weapon selection just straight up. I mean, hoping to see that he doesn't lose any of these weapons, but more so about the fact that we didn't even get a chance of seeing who got that Volpine's essence, if at all. You know, for anyone who's contesting it by holding coins and just hoarding it, I mean, we don't know. 4 players left on the board. Primarily early on, Skygate's Cove still eluded as a, you know, as he makes his rounds. You see some boxes left here. And for what we can see for Majeen, I mean, he got aggressed on by Yak earlier for just a split second, but I think it was just laid off. I mean, he didn't want to take a fight against the Noctos, who by that point, Yak should have ultimate. Firefly, I think, was still there, though, so we have to see. As for this is Gold Fan. I don't know. I mean, Majeen's looking like, we've seen Majeen holding the second Realm of Yang, and the other person has his op. He just invested that 2 there. So this means that, you know, I can like, okay, let's see if you're gonna get mad Aggie with me. And he's looking at this. RMB holds it out here. RMB holds it again, double repair dodge. Maybe you're looking for LMB, catches his up with a combo breaker. Portal's ready. He's in.
Yeah. Just stalling. Burns out the F, going to the Yang. Wooi though, now with 3. Has been putting up a lot of pressure start to mid game of this game 5. Now with 3 elims, he's ready to take this second Yang. Majeen. He got the Volpine?
Yeah, Wooi has it. I mean, he's the only guy with gold. Either that or he purchased out the Immortal Defiance, or one or the other. So you see the gold. I mean, hopefully we can see that in the gear. But, you know, for Wooi right now, he has either Mortal or Volpines. He's taking this as a Kylan, right? So even at that store with the Keelan guard, I mean, it comes down to it. He uses his HP. He'll get his HP back. Yeah. Potentially. We'll see.
I feel like this right here, this is a massive fight here for Majeen. He has to take out Wooi here to stay up here with currently only 1 elimination on the board into game 5. Zay has came online. He's been racking up a lot of elims, I believe possibly 3 or 4. That's a massive scrap on Zay against Yak and the other Yang as well. But now Majeen against Wooi. To see it. Graven showcase here for Majeen out the blue long sword. You see him now looking for second one in the back end. So to go ahead and take a quick reset, and both players gonna respect it as well. Tries to snipe through it off the F, but doesn't manage to do so. The engraving showcase from Wooi as well. Crowd here for BG forces out the Kylan F, and both players now go ahead back and forth. Now the Uncle's ultimate gets invested. Kylan ultimate as well here for Wooi, and it's a battle of here between both of these players.
Level 2s are all that's needed to get the kill confirmation here, but he's looking at it. He gets caught, bro, on the back end. Yeah, and he's gone. But now we got another fight. Yo, go back to Zach, go to Zay. Let's see that fight because that's happening right now. The whole check RMBs comes out, and look at the advantage that Zach has right now, bro. He has ult ready to go. It looked like Zay had to use it defensively, and that's it. That's it. No way we wait for that. No raw uppercut, bro. That's a Wistro. That's it. That's gonna be a combo breaker burnout. And that's going to be coming down to this catch up here for Zay. I mean, walking away from this means that he's going to go ahead for Scare Rush on LMBs. LMB connects. Raw uppercut's good. 2-on-1 is not bad. And that's going to be Yak with the jump. Oh, RMBs walks away. One pistol shot's all we need, bro. Cannon shot, something. Scare Rush around the corner here. Yak is looking at the side, and I don't even know if he's going to get the Scare Rush. He's going to walk away from it. All we need is an RMB. All we need is an RMB. Scare Rush. 2. No raw uppercut, please. Clink off is all that's needed for a kill. And that's it for Zay. He gets a kill. We have 5 kills.
That was such a close fight there between Zay and Yak. Literally one focus, one prior there for Yak. He could have got that, but a lot of health was just taken out and stripped out there in that altercation with the ults online. And Zay being able to snag that dub up there in that second Yang. Wooi. 4 eliminations, man, and this is what I'm talking about. Once one of the bottom 4 players start to come online, they really shut down the momentum there in that top 4. If you get taken out, for example, BG, he lost that Yang, now has 3 minutes and 5 seconds to try to cleanse on now. But now it just puts a big target in your back, just trying to see if you can find any sorts of third party if the other Yang player gets aggressive earlier than you. But man, he came out of that Yang first, so he's going to be that main aggressor to try to cleanse this out. And currently, just playing a little bit patient here. I only see one Jade on the longsword, right? That's the engraving, or that's the longsword, right?
Yeah. That's the raw sword. You won't like it when I'm angry. You don't need to target voice line.
Oh, yeah. The
Leaping
Witcher.
Slash. Yeah, the Witcher.
Yeah.
Leaping Slash. Never forget Leaping Slash, bro. Never forget. And then engraving came out the way. He's like, this is worse, bro. What's going on? But it's crazy too is, you know, because remember when they had a chance on like the speed in the engraving, it was a lot faster than it is now. But it's one of those instantaneous shades, man. So buff bro situation here. You know that Zay is gonna be working this down with Wooi, knowing that both these guys, they don't want to contest each other. This is like peak competition right now. This is what happens, y'all. You don't aggress against your buff bro, right? And you betray. The circumstances align, you know, for them because they're both having healthy. Why would they take a fight against each other? There's still 2 other players in the lobby. Just look for them down and kind of take the aggression against them. Only then would there be a chance where if the other person turns the fight around in their favor, then, you know, the betrayal, right? The double cross, the Machiavellian gameplay. Look at this, though. Engraving does at least 3/4 of this bar. Wow. Majeen burning out the combo breaker, and look at Zay, he's able to swap right back in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is worst case scenario here for BG, man. He has 2 White Tiger players on his back right now. Now it's going to be forced to scatter on through. K play there in the backside. Zay playing patiently. Does not want to eat up a blue focus there. Entering that cave. Massive parry for BG. He opens up, snags up the gold fan, and that's Yak. Yak needs to try to cleanse out as well. So this is a massive fight between both of these players. Zay's in the mix as well. Yak, though, does manage to go on top of the terrain there, but the pressure now from Zay. Smoke ultimate invested there onto the Akos. Snipes him down. The ban is here. This could be bad here for Zay. Does manage to get out that Temi ult just in time. And BG being able to live out some of this pressure for now. But now Zay re-aggressing. Blitz does not connect. Goes up with a cannon shot. Now the counter grapple here for Zay. Still full chasing down BG. This is an isolated 2v2s on the east side here. 1v1s, I should say. BG, though. Purple dual blades in hand. Tries to cut out some of this pressure, but the Bane, man, I feel like the Bane is going to clip someone and it's going to be a heartbreak.
Yeah, it is. Considering that this Bane is 20 seconds on the clock and we're on the peripheral of it, I think that Majeen is going to be really just like, I need to get the full reset. I got to do it. And the consideration is that there was a Firefly. I don't know if Zay picked it up before he procced ultimate, most definitely, though. Because Yak was looking to try to get that prioritization on that. And seeing how this fight's turning out, was it, yo, Wooi's like, yo, gold star, bro. I'm looking for the kills. This is in the R&B situation. He gets caught in the double blender back button. And now for the R&B situation, I don't know if he drops down R&B. I mean, is this going to be the case? Doink. Yeah, he does. And he starts the engraving, right? I mean, listen, he goes ahead. He can run this down. He can get the guy at the lobby. He's just looking for it. R&B checked here from Yak, though, as it comes down. We know that Aqua doesn't have ult, and that's Wooi's killed. Now, the Soul Bloom. Who picks up the Soul Bloom? I couldn't tell you. But for now, the Yang Spirit Well is up, and yeah, Wooi takes us uncontested so far for now.
I think Yak got it.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Yak got it because he let off the pressure, and Zay just backed on up, obviously, because he has no ult, right? He can't really full aggress that and just go straight for the Spirit Well capture. You see it now. Aggression from Wooi.
Oh my!
Right off of that Spirit Well, just over the just over Hail Mary, just slashes him down, forces Zay off of this, and now you have to try to cleanse, go straight for the flag. Is he gonna beat anybody else to it? Yak tries to steal it, but no. Zay snags it up before Yak, sorry. And we see it now. Have some aggression on the bomb side, but look who's stacked right now. Wooi with 5 limbs right now, has the upper hand with his third party action, but a massive parry there from Zay onto Yak, being able to take a lot of that armor gone. And now this is a big pressure here for Yak here, with 2 of these players fairly healthy.
Yeah, and a horizontal like that, taking it for free. This is going to be down for Yak. I mean, this is all about the third-party potential right now. The orbs are being thrown, but Wooi gets the kill steal. He's at 6. He gets gets caught by the Soul Bloom pickup, but of course, it doesn't matter. The engraving is out. Zay has ultimate. I looked at this play right now, the explosive armor, right? And the Annihilation Render does not care about Wistros, but the rollout is good. Wooi, you can't get to you. No. He's got Mortal Defiance and Sunwing's Essence. He should be Gucci. Even with all the pressure here, Zay misses the LMB pushback. That's unfortunate.
No, he doesn't go for the re-whiz. He tried to dodge through, but doesn't manage to do so. Trying to lock in those RB focuses, but Wooi manages to get the armor swap just in time. Now has the health advantage. Jump LMBs from Wooi, being able to inflict a lot of damage. Now, counter ultimate, now invested from Wooi. He's gonna go ahead and scatter on up. Goes for the drop down and slash her on that fake. Jumps it again, but it doesn't even matter. Wooi shuts down the pressure, but Zay still with a good amount of eliminations into this game. But Wooi being able to have a massive game 5. I don't know if that's 7 plus what?
7.
2.
He's at 9.5, bro. 9.5 points. This man is cooking.
Hey.
He's like Chef Gordon Ramsay. He got that burnt toast, bro. He's like, yo, this is a classic dish. This is crazy though, because he's putting himself, I think, in 2nd place overall right now. So for Wooi, maybe at minimum 3rd, right? But he pushes a lot of these guys on the top of the leaderboard down. As a result, I mean, this is coming down to some replays. I mean, looking this down, I mean, this all came from the inception of this, the catalyst, action, romance, desire. This is up to where we saw Zay get his 2nd elimination. You know, taking this lead in terms of this Rummy Yang victory as well, puts himself in the gear-wise. And Majeen actually, you know, what's crazy enough is kind of taking this fight and taking the Soul Bloom, no one being able to deny it. Not even Trex was kind of looking for that. I mean, in this case, Wooi was able to look at Majeen like, no fear, no foul, right? Look at this, still attack dodge, blink in and a level 1, and then he's looking over here, and again. I want to kind of see where this comes through, though, for the other Rummy Yang. I mean, when it came down to it, Yak dropped the ball, literally dropped the ball by kicking himself back up in there and try to go for an infinite potential for the fan. He couldn't do that. I think he just kept that going, held it, and then been able to kind of work around holding goal focus in terms of blue, and then that would have been a free catch. But later on here, we see that Wooi got the Annihilation Render. Didn't really work out for the rollout. What's kind of phenomenal here is that Zay had a proc Wisp later, you know, when they had their engagement in the ravine after the slash to try to catch him, but he held him down. He held him down right there, and then, of course, the immediate slash doesn't care about the blue focus hold. And knowing that Wooi still had that Mortal Defiance, we knew that he had some Mortal Defiance. The only thing that caught him out was probably the Sunwing's Essence in the eyes of Zay.
Yeah. I mean, that was a nail biter there for the last 1v1. But overall, man, it's just those 1v1s that you see, especially in that 2nd Yang, where it matters the most, because you're put in a very bad spot if you lose that Yang, and you're forced to start an aggression that you don't want to be a part of. You want to be the one with the eyes out looking in. As we see it there for Majeen, unfortunate for him, he was able to, he did lose his Yang, was forced to fight, and then, you know, Wooi had an insane game 5, comes online, and, you know, he just completely shifts the momentum of that top 4, right? And it's just like, anybody can do it, right? A player like Wooi has been to Worlds already for trios, yes, for trios, but, you know, he's been playing for a very long time, and he's not a stranger to solo finals. We've seen him in multiple finals as well for solos. But yeah, man, I mean, this is gonna be interesting to see how the overall standings look. I don't know what that jump Wooi up to for that game alone, but it's gonna be very close.
Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see this. You know, it comes down to this, man. Look at this. 7 kills. We know it's 9.5 because first place was 2.5. And not even capping over 18k damage. He's at, you know, it's 15.8k, bro. On the Kylan? On a character that does damage for their ultimate. Like, that's the whole purpose of reasoning existence, bro. And the crazy thing, too, is that there was a Xiaoong in the lobby. And that's one of the biggest Kylan, like, antis, you know, low-key, like, for the V1. Low-key, right? Because the thing is that whenever if she gets burned out on all her shield blocks, I mean, there's only a certain amount of time, right? Look at the points, right? Zay gets 6 points due to getting second place by 5 kills onto Mulch. This is his round to play it out. He's still got the double pick ready to go for round 6. And then God7 gets 2 points there. 1.5 for Yak, 1.5 for Majeen. I mean, 1 kill each, but going down in 3rd and 4th. And then having Trex there with 1 point. CUV, GGB not having fun times here. But even so for Shirro, this game was not a point game for them to get. I mean, because of the action that happened earlier, I wouldn't be surprised as to why not, because everyone was in the NARAKA region, it felt like. I couldn't even tell you where the other players ended up going through, at least for Yak, because he didn't do a lot of damage, so he wasn't really there in the early end, but he did get into that roam 1 to get a victory and possessing out the gold fan. What's kind of crazy too is kind of looking at Majeen, and you saw him take a second Romy Yang fight outside of it against Yak in the sense. I mean, you saw how fast he went into the aggressiveness for that. We know that Romy Yang gives you a full ult refresh, but it's taking like a time to kind of catch someone's, you know, with the pants down in terms of aggressiveness and then seeing how fast you can go with it. You got to do it earlier, right? You got to make sure the cups through. But Zay is still in first, 19.5. Yak in second with 18. It's literally a 1.5 difference between first and second.
Wow. And
that's for Majeen at 16.5. Trex at 14.5, it's Wooi at 12.5. So even though it comes down to this, I mean, a 9.5 game, I mean, those first 3 games weren't really too much for him, the BR run. So that's tough, you know. 12.5 is going to be where Wooi lands. Shirro's going to be in 6th with 5.5, 5 for God7, GGV with 0.5. But hey, Wooi gets another pop-out game, he could definitely kind of contest for the top 3, right?
For sure. For sure. For the Munyan, I don't think it's mathematically possible for him to take first, just with just how rough his first 3 BR games were. It's just so much ground to cover. Like I was saying right before game 4 started, I felt like that game 4 for the bottom 4 was that massive game there to try to come online to keep yourself in the run to contest here for the win into the MSC challenge for the EU. But we're going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our last and final game here of the MSC challenge here for the European region. Welcome back, everybody, to the MSC Challenge EU. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Severio. We just saw 5 games being played out here for the European region. The Bear. I see the Bear. He's big chilling in the back end there in the bed. That's how I'm trying to be. I'm trying to shut out just like the Bear. But either way, though, massive games, right? Severio has been an insane showcasing here for the European region. We've seen some very close fights, some big deciders, and seeing how these players' games are going to unfold throughout the remainder of the matches. So, you know, it's the game 6 now, last and final game of the day. Top 4, still very close, but that top 3 right there, just a couple points, especially with that first and second place, who has been Zay and Yak going back and forth against each other to try to see who can stay on top. And this is the game to do it. Our last and final game here, Morris Isle midday. Free will pick of what character you want to have. And throughout all the matches, right, Severio, we've been having the respect and the gentleman's agreement of selecting different characters, which personally, I really love that because that's the format you're playing at the MSC. So, you know, unfolding it here for the finals of the MSC Challenge, I feel like that's the perfect way to do it here.
Yo, big time. And the other thing too is now who's going to be unintentionally picking up the mirror comp, bro. I'm testing the way of time. I need to see these pick bans, bro.
Yeah.
I need to see it because here's the thing. I mean, double comps can happen now. At this point, I mean, it doesn't even matter. No pick bans, right? Everyone can free choose. So what's going to come down next is just the decision whether or not some of these players decide to put themselves above board and like saying, I got my pick. I hoarded them down since the beginning of time, you know, like the first book, bro. I mean, open it up, boom. The thing that comes next is whether or not these guys are going to run double Tumulch, double Akos, double I mean, there's so many options here for the best of the best. When you get the optimal slot though to be yours, now is like the biggest wild card round. I mean, that's what we can call this, right? The wild card round, because anything can go here for any of these players. For instance, if we want to see Tumulch again from Zay, boom, bring it back, right? Downtown, that was a great game. You want to see Wooi bringing out his Kyle in the game again? Bring it back. That's going to be downtown. You want to bring any of the other picks coming through there, whether it's going to be Yak's game coming down on the Kylan, he can bring that too. You know, it's crazy seeing how this has been kind of faring across the board. Kylan's still taking his strides, right, in this rounds and taking a lot of these MVPs.
That's what I was just thinking too. I'm like, man, Colin's still he be duking it out, man. Colin's been having success everywhere. Like literally,
It's crazy.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, it's crazy too because he got knocked out of the medal for quite some time, and then, you know, players were kind of just forced to pick up an 8th character now that, you know, it's an 8-player format, and you know he was kind of on that, I would say, 8th round selection at the start of the year for the Pro League, and then, you know, crazy days happened and he found some good success. He started jumping up a little bit higher in the overall seeding for the character picks, and then, you know, now we even see here for the European region how much success he had, like with just the game that Wooi had, and I believe even we had another Colin having a massive game throughout today's matches as well.
Yak.
So yeah, there you go. So Yak also had a massive Colin game. Morris Isle, I believe, right?
Hollow Rock game, Star Knight. Yeah, taking the last fight against Trex. I mean, Trex's game too there on the Xiaoong. All right, for instance, so if he ended up kind of bringing up the Xiaoong again, I mean, listen, we don't even look at the pick bans. That's how surprise. That's how surprise we got to take it here, right? But listen, guys, final game. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. You know what's crazy about this being the final game? I'm actually seeing, no, see a Fairy Shen back there. You see that? You say, yo, too soon. But this is going to be a spot, right? Purple Katana off rip. My man's over here, Zest Winery, but Majeen hopping in the whip like a Jack Harlow song. Not too far, too gone, yo. 2 LMBs to the face, and that's what I need.
That's a great start there from Majeen. He needs to pick up as much eliminations as possible, and you see him winning his off-spawn drop fight there against Shirro. Shirro has been having a rough day thus far. Hasn't been able to find his footing throughout all the matches today, so unfortunate for him. He's gonna go ahead and take his reset back, but BG on the other hand, so go ahead and try to scale up higher. Does manage to get a purple katana off that engagement there against Shirro. No other scrap offs have been unfolding. These players hard playing that skill game, and I think the majority of the players are playing Aquas. Honestly, I think that's
has to be.
I mean, yeah, 100%. I think the majority of the players are playing Aquas. Obviously, it's a GA, it's a gentleman's remix. This was not in the rules, especially with how we had our hero picks. we could have had double heroes throughout all the matches. You see, yeah. I mean, we have 2 other Aquases at the back end, just 1 Lotharia, and yeah, I mean, I feel like the majority of players just full on gentlemen agreeing that, you know, let's stay with the actual format of the Pro League and, you know, what we're actually be playing with whoever qualifies. And you see it here. All the Aquases are out. A lot of players contested here. I mean, we had a 4-way scrap off. We have God7 Trex, Zay. I believe another player was on that bottom right-hand side corner, but nobody full investing their aggression right now, just waiting to continue scaling up to start posting up for that first round, which it's about to start forming up pretty soon in a minute and a half.
Yep, seeing Trex gonna get this bounty scroll. The Jose is like on purple fanny. He's like, I want the smoke, but here's the thing, right? Pay patient, and this is the name of the game, so they're going to be waiting this down for a lot of things. The Takeda's in the lobby, Fairy Shen's in the lobby for what we saw earlier. Majeen getting the Takeda elimination off the board, right, for first kill, first step. But Majeen's finding Shirro in this time again, and this is up to the way where we're having Wooi finding Pukin, the Fairy Shen. Now, obviously, if everyone's on their ends, Shirro goes down due to Aka's ultimate, so Majeen's up to 2. By the way, Majeen's also, don't count him out.
Yeah,
he's going to be looking at here in 3rd place, right? 16.5. But the GGHB is putting him, or GGB is going to be putting himself out here, getting caught by the R&B, and this is Pukin's first life. This is Wooi's first kill. So slowly is the stirred pot here for the leaderboard, right? Yak getting a fight against Zay. I'm not sure if Yak is playing now. Yes, he is, but he's getting caught by 2 different forces. And Trex takes the kill, takes himself down. Soul Bloom might be picked up here for Zay. Yeah, it is. And you got to think about it too, is the fact that Zay is only 1.5 ahead of Yak, and not getting that elimination is like Yak a little bit of room, but I don't know who started the fight first, and that's to why. But now it's going to be up to the first round Yang and seeing if he's still going to get chased down here, because they know.
I'll say Wooi's my dark horse in the fact that he can really shut down one of the top 3s, right? He can. He's had an insane game 5, and he can just completely stop one of these players' momentums. We have our first round starting to form on up, though. Nobody has rotated on in. Everybody's still trying to scale on up. You see Yak on the north side of the map taking that resurrection very north there inside the zone, and now he's going to start rotating towards Sun Wings there to try to scale up more resources that he just lost. But currently right now, Majeen has had, what, 2 eliminations under his belt now into this game 6?
No,
so,
one.
Just 1? Okay.
Actually, no, he did get 2. Yeah, he get
2. Yeah.
Shirro.
Yeah, 2 elims, which, like you mentioned, you can't count him out. He was just like a 3-point difference from him at first, so he's still in this, and you see him already with a great start into game 6. But yeah, like I mentioned, the Wooi pick can really shut down the success there of the top 3. And a player like Trex, right, he ends up kill stealing that elim on Yak, opposed from Zay snagging up that elimination. And, you know, it just comes down to how the bottom 4 just tries to, I wouldn't call it grief because they're playing the game, but, you know, technically grief because the top 4 has been having success throughout all the matches.
For real. But Wooi putting himself against GGB is not going to take it any longer. For us, God7 takes it from 30 seconds left on the clock here. And, oh, man, I mean, GGB's on the Fairy Shen on activated ult. Majeen's right there. Yeah. Bro. He needs this. He needs this. My mom's kind of homeless that moment. Here's the F2 cast. Comes out here for Wooi. He's got himself on his back burner. No grapple looking at. But the thing is, his next is his F2. Right? If he knocks down Pukin post the formation on the Fairy Channel, will Majeen come in to swoop it down? 15 seconds left on a Yang cast before it starts to be opened up for the players. Pukin just holding down their dear life, scaling left and right. F2 horse dashed away. Common Pressure can be repositioned. LMB is there. The realm is open, but I'm pretty sure all passes have been opened up here. Wooi, no grapples, bro. No grapples. He's gonna go for it. He gets a parry. He gets a parry, and that's his second kill. And this means he goes around the ankle free.
No way, no grapples though. So halberds, you have to sheath swap.
Can you though? On the halberds? Nah, I don't think you can, dog. That thing is.
Nah, you can. I think you can sheath swap it. Yeah, you can sheath swap it.
That's rough.
I'm pretty sure you can.
We're gonna check that. Good Trex though. Raw for ooh, nice little catch from Trex though. Oh wait, he avoided that the V1 recast. This actually might be Wooi's favorite.
V2 there from Trex, being able to inflict that damage. Wooi now is gonna eat other damage off the air R&B as well. Get a little bit of space here. might have to play pole sword. I'm not really too sure what's going to mix up going to be, but Trex is going to open up with the R&B prowl into the standard grapple bump 1.0. Gets the damage confirmation. Wooi on the other hand now catches prowl. What's the mix up? Yeah, he tries. He can't do a one-in like that. You have to sheet swap it, I believe. And now there it goes again. He's going to go ahead and confirm the 1, 2, 3 in the corner. Does manage to get the damage this time around. Trex on the other hand goes in for the scare rush. So pole sword into the follow-up R&B. And Wooi takes him out, snags up the third, and now scares up with the rubber. Yay, coming out hot after game 5, staying with the same momentum here into game 6.
Absolutely demon hours right now for this man. This guy said pole sword swap. Wait, what? R&B after it's done, bro. You're done. Trex goes down. This is gold dual blades now. Wooi has grapples. Thank goodness, right? Clap. This is now up to the soul bloom too that he could have saved on standby. I mean, he has soul alternate explorer. Now we got an irradiation. Finally, we're back to inventory. This is double pole sword build though. Intentional, I mean, I don't know. We got to go ahead and open up the slots. We have 41,000 Dark Tide coins right now. Gonna open up everything we can get here. I even Jade out here, maybe after we buy supplies. As for Zay, though, he wins his victory. He gets his 1 kill. Majeen getting Yak out of the victory on the Rumyang, which means he's up to 3 kills. Keeping it even right now for this. This is up to the bounty score. He's waiting for soul form. He's gonna wait it out. He's like, that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and start running down here. The chances of him getting another buff player, for instance, it's right. God 7 is going to be the opponent here. But that's why he'd want to delay, if you guys don't know, right? Why he's wanting to not put that bounty scroll in use. He's wanting to make sure he can get one of the non-game buff players. And looking at this, I mean, he lucked out. Getting a non-buff player, not blue armor, who's also Knockos in this case. And now that he just armor checked him, he's definitely going to take the full frontal assault inside of the building in Zest Winery, or at the Artisan's Grove.
He only got a minute 32. He needs to try to get active, but aggression here from Zay. Tries to snipe him down off the F, doesn't manage to connect. God 7 now tries to retreat, potentially seeing if he can run this player into somebody else, and somebody else runs up to the mix. Who's this? BG. Now showing up to the party, trying to see if he can find some sorts of aggression. Sees, you know, the timidness of the other Akos. Pretty much how they play body language, right? Seeing who's the one running, who's the one being aggressive, and we see it here. I also, with the vibe check as well, can't forget the auto lock to see the armor rarity, but Zay trying to full capitalize off of this with 50 seconds under Vermilion's burst. Might try to full chase down. Another player shows up to the mix, this Yak. I believe Yak has to cleanse as well, so he needs to try to get into the mix with blue armor as well here. So both of these players are going to potentially get chased down. Zay still full chasing down God 7. Lots of players showing up to the mix now. Everybody's got an invite to the party is what it seems like. Big hits there. What do we have? We had action.
Yo, bring it back. Bring it back. Give me that point of view, the POV, bro. I want to see the uppercut because Wooi was on the aggressive. You saw that, bro? Insane. Diabolical because he's a buff, bro, right? He's like, I don't know who you are, bro. I never seen you before in my life. This is crazy because he's going full aggressive, and Wooi gets turned on, and that's an elimination. It has to be. No way we drop this. V1, boom, and it's 61 damage, and the F2, and the yoinkage, Majeen, the betrayal, the brethren, R&B. We don't get the blue focus, but you know what's crazy? He needs to. And that's going to be the soul bloom. That's going to be Majeen +1. But the thing is that it's even now for the leaderboard. He is taking the lead in terms of first place. And Yak gets a juggle 1-2 into this end. The V1 recast gets thrown. It's good. It's good. It's goalie. But Yak has a good chance here if he gets a nice F2.
Thing is, the BG starts to move on in. Look at the mini map. He's starting to move on in. Yak now starting to eat up a lot of damage. BG doesn't get the last hit confirmation. God 7 does, and that's Yak's game 6, and he's out of the run. Unfortunate for him. Does get knocked out, but BG, on the other hand, looking for the elimination onto God 7. Eats up so much damage. The LBs are good, and BG snacks up his 5th. Now being able to close out that distance that he had in that 3rd place spot. Zay still up here in this fight. Wooi as well. Wooi has been inflicting a lot of pressure into these players. Oh no! Oh yeah, he is. I'm tripping. Soul ones are out. I was like, where he got taken out? I know he had Vermilion, so now 3 players up. Majeen, Zay, and Wooi. I mean, this is anybody's game right now between BG and Zay. Depending of how the eliminations go, it's going to be close here, Severio. It's going to be a very close top 2 right now, and it's about to unfold very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Wooby's here on 3 kills right now. I mean, he's stacking up, right? Regardless of the overall right now, in terms of breaking it down to top 3, I mean, he's contesting between 1st and 2nd right now. Erudition's in the build, no spear, that's okay, but we got 12-12-12. We talked about it before. Stats across the board giving him 12% attack, 12% HP, and also obviously having 12% mitigation. But next is up the line, right? Zay is on, I believe, 2 eliminations this game. Yeah, and then having Majeen have 5, it's legitimately those 3 elimination, 3-point difference between him and Majeen. Next Romy Yang has to win. Not even that. He has to, first off, he has to take the Romy Yang fight in the first place because the second realm is going to be free. So he'll have buff, gold weapon, gold armor, all the upgrades, all the doohickeys. It's just up to now is whether or not he even goes for it. He's going to go for the spear instead. He's safe.
I think he needs both elims. I think he needs the 4 plus the dub.
Yeah.
I think he needs it.
He needs at least 1 point above.
At least 1, yeah.
Unless he got 0.5. 0.5. I know. Wait, no, he's got 5. He's got 5.
Oh, he got 5. Oh, I thought he had 6.
No. If he had 6, problematic. But he's at 5. He's tidying it up. Man. Oh, that sketch, bro. Majeen on that. Wait a second. Wait. Chill. No! He got it. Oh, wait. This means this is a Romy Yang fight for free. Oh, wow, we got that fast. And this right here. Yo, this right here. Y'all, chat, you don't even understand. This right here is the absolute tiebreaker between 2 of the top players in the lobby, Majeen versus Zay.
Both F's invested already. The overhold here for Majeen doesn't let loose. The iframe ult here from Zay loses out a lot of HP, forces out BG's ult. Both players V2. The catch here for Zay. The prowling off the Valiant knife, being able to get a lot of damage into the shotgun burst. Weaves the V2, throws his V2, gets cut off this time. 201 for BG, gets the damage, jump ability for the extra damage. The RB nice tap dodges, jumps for the fort. They have to invest it, but it doesn't even matter. BG takes out Zay, and that's his 6th elimination here. It's a game 6. And now it's a big problem here for Zay into this match. He needs to try to cleanse out. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to do that.
Bro, this is so rough too because he got that Motor Defiance still on standby, bro. Oh my goodness. And Wooey's at the shop. My man's like, yo, I love this money, man. I love this money, man. I love this dough. I love this bread. Let me get some more with that. Yo, let me get gluten-free, please. Thanks. The one thing is that Wooi puts this apart. His LMB uppercut. Yo, we've seen this guy, grow up in this lobby with like baby dual halberds, and then we fast forward to now, and he's got gold rarity on these things, man. And plus, on the sidelines, is that if he goes ahead and he finds Majeen, bro, these guys are searching and destroying. There's no question. And Zay is also holding 8. I think he's gonna hold himself in soul form for as long as he can. At least what we come through here, right? These guys are locked in, right? I'm crossing fingers, guys ain't watching the stream because the thing is that the moment that we start taking notice, right, with the players having everything going down, the problematic is that you're gonna get hunted down the moment you get hunted. Those 2 Akuses with buffs are on you, and this is the best place to try to disengage against them. I mean, mid-air catches on the F2 is one thing, but if you can get a little bit of a timing to kind of space out, this is midday, no fireflies. All he's got to do is kite and win. And the only thing about that is that he's at 1 deficit. The buff that they all have is White Tiger's prowess, and that's healing over time, y'all. Where Zay puts himself in the sky and everything, he breaks line of sight. There's only 1 bell here, right? We're gonna look at it right there, and we only have 1 spot left. Moonshot Storm on the build here, Juggernaut jabbing. We saw that from earlier. But obviously, the quick charge Thundercall is actually a really big boon in the hands of Majeen. If you can get that upgraded to Thundercall, range shots off of a free Akos Terror that maybe Wooi inflicts onto the Zay. It's just Zay needs to get these 2 kills and wins the game for him to go ahead and guarantee first place for the MSC.
Wow. This is insane. And they're going to run into each other.
Real.
BG knows it. He just fought him. He knows he has that purple armor. But Wooi lurking. Right now, Wooi playing for the money. He playing for the money right now. He wants to potentially take 3rd for that cash. What did he get? What did he get there? 1.5K? That's some nice chicken tenders in my butt. 1.5K in the books there for Wooi. He's able to take that 3rd place spot. I mean, that's gonna be nice. But Zay, on the other hand, he's playing for the MSC, right? He got 2 minutes and he ain't depletion, and you see the bait here for BG. He spots Wooi, knowing that this could be a 3rd-party potential, and Zay not getting anything. You see the chase down here. He's trying to full chase BG, but BG not biting this, knowing he can just stall this out. He has a timer in his head. He can just see and predict when that timer is gonna run out, and then just start moving on in. Zay might just run out to the zone and not just give him this elim and play fair, but I think it doesn't even matter at this point. I think BG has enough elims already to overtake him. I don't remember.
Yeah, he does. He does. Yeah, he has the 1 kill. The thing is, Zay needs 2 kills on top of the placement for first in order to just hard guarantee. Like, if he kills Majeen here, he ties it up, which then he gets another placement on top of that, of the 0.5, which then gives him enough, right? Because he ties it up, but he still has a 0.5 on the placement. That would be enough. but Zay is so like out there that taking a fight against any of these Akoses, I mean, I don't know. He's got to go ahead. He's got to rush this down. The only thing he next would be Sunwing's Essence, but the problem is that the Sunwing, I mean, the thing about the Yang Spirit Well is that it can cleanse your Yang depletion. The problem is it is way late. It is way late, and I don't know how much more time we have on Zay's hand, but he is going a little bit more aggressive here. He's seeing it. You see it, right? He's a little itchy there. He's like, I'm a little scrumptious. I'm looking at the LMB. There's gonna be catching. There's gonna be the counter off, guys. This is the final fight, hopefully, to see whether or not Zay makes it out alive.
He needed Prowl, but gets cut off the V2. Zay now is going to eat all this damage. Wooi in the back end just lurking, waiting for the perfect opportunity to start rotating on in. Majeen, though, opens up with the lead, but Zay, with a perfectly timed V2, now has to avoid the second V2 here for Majeen, but gets cut off the Prowl. What is going to be the mix-up here? 1-2, the follow-up shotgun burst is good. Doesn't get a lot of HP gone, but locks off all that armor. Gets cut off the F2, the jab in there with a lot of damage there. Catches it for the second time off the F2. Wooi now joins the mix. Zay snacks up the elimination. The click goes sideways. Zay now trying to cut out the pressure here for Wooi, trying to go for the reset. And wait, hold on. If he takes out Wooi, I don't know.
We don't find out, bro. The Scare Rush is blue. The Scare Rush is good. Zay is going to be holding this down on purple armor. Wooi's going to be holding this down with the intention of looting out the body and putting himself on the board. The jabbing's been picked up. I already see it. No, he did not pick up the jabbing. He did not take the time into that. It's going to be a Spear Well, Yang Spear Well play up here. And you know that Wooi's going to be low in a layup for the Akos ultimate, but it's at 60%. He will contest this. He does the parry. He does jump confirm. He goes for the F2 roar. It doesn't come through. It gets tap dodge, and you know there's going to be the Akos ultimate in just a moment.
There it is. Zay now responds with an Akos ultimate. Wooi still has his online. He's going to potentially give this up. No, he's getting active. He knows he can't give this up. The prop for Zay. Now the Akos ultimate investor here for Wooi. B2 on through. Zay now is going to play the reset. Forces out that ult, but now if that Spiro gets clapped, he's going to get that ult right back up and say, knows that he has time to get that reset in. He's gonna go ahead and top out the white health. Now the armor. Wooi quickly making sure he can capture this Spirit Well, but I believe Zay's gonna be able to make it in time. There it is. Going back, V2 weaves. Now prior for Zay. Catches the prior off the uppercut. The 1-2s. Doesn't get the full capitalization due to the terrain. Now we got another reset in here. And Severa's going the distance here.
His LMB might be a catch-up. There's going to be F2 roar. It's going to be coming down here. Wooi's going to get juggled here for the 1-2s. Hold horizontal. Boom, release. And walks right back and to get the Spirit Well going through. Wooi's going to look for a reset. And Zay's going to be pressuring out for the RB holds. Doesn't get any confirmations. Double kill here for Wooi. And we're at 70% right now to kind of work about this Yang Spirit Well. Such a high projectile, you know, to get the objective here. F2 roars confirmed. Wait a second. We take a full jabbing. We're not going to do it again. Zay knows it's going to be a hold check LMB again, and the F2 roar being down means that Wooi's going to be holding this up. There it is. Holds it out for the stand shape. He can go up to the tree line. Scare rushes away. The Yang Spirit Well is going to go ahead and pocking out, and this is going to be the flag pickup. This actually gives Zay a little benefit here. 1-2, 1-2, LMB, jump LMB, 1-2, gets caught in the uppercut. This range is going to come out. He's going to scare us because he knows the F2 roar is enough to kill.
Wow, he got the grapple stun there. Now to the F2, and Wooi shuts it down. I don't think Zay ends up taking the dub here. We're super close. I'm pretty sure he needed that elimination. I need the scoreboard. I need it now. He got second place. Wooi, I'm telling you, Wooi was my black horse there coming in just because of the fact. I'm telling you, man, he was up there in game 5, comes into game 6, shuts down a lot of the momentum there into game 4 or into game 6 for a lot of the top 4 here. I don't know, man.
I need that scoreboard. I'm looking at the
scoreboard. And the thing is, man, we don't even have the thing on the side. We didn't even know how close it was.
No, we don't.
So, you know, I'm clueless right now. I don't know how close that was. Majeen had an insane run in game 6, though. He had a massive game 6. Snags up, I believe, 6 before he got eliminated. Got highlights, though. So start off here. The Terror Wooi on the Akos, right? See it here, snags up the kill there onto the fair, the lone fair of this match. Majeen in the realm of Yang, LMB Prowl into the R&B focus follow up there on the Hong Sword. Massive scrap up here between Zay and Wooi. Looks like, I believe Zay takes his elimination. Yes, he does with the cannon shots there. The dropped out Majeen was already there, posted up for that. But God 7 here, and this was a big decider right here. I saw BG moving on in. He picks up the elimination onto God 7, and he makes it 5 off of this alone. And this just got him closer into that first place. I think he did it. I think Majeen did it. I'm not gonna lie.
I want to see the placement point of 0.5. That's all the difference that it takes here, because look at this, right? This is what I was talking about. I cast a curse Majeen. I was like, yo, if Vegas is like illumination, and that happened. But here's the thing, right? Will we really put the pressure on him with that jump LMB? The damage, the scare rush away here was enough, right? To kind of think about it. But the F2 war, I was calling it just right beforehand, and it was enough because that stagger into that immediate R&B was coming out for Zay, and this is going to come down to us. We are still looking left to right. What is the scores, bros? Oh my goodness. Prod.
I don't know. I don't know what the scores was.
Got the drum roll.
But man, it's just, man, gold staff jabbing does so much damage, man. He take 2 to the forehead, and it, you know, he forced out the resets, but right back on in, he ate another one, and it forced him to try to retreat. And somehow Wooi got that grapple stun there and stops the momentum there from Zay to, you know, get the kite game there near Sunwing, and just off the F along, off a cooldown, was able to snag up that elimination. That could have gone even longer than what we saw there between both of those two players, but man, they got my heart pumping here. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just waiting to see the graphic to show up.
Bro,
I don't know what it is.
Yo, Payton said $2,000 jabbing, bro. That was exactly what we were talking about. It's literally the case, right? It literally, you know, the jabbing that gives you 2K, bro, on the band. And of course, we're just still wondering, because if it's being tied up, you know what that means, right? Who did more kills? Who did more damage? I mean, if they tie it up there, right, then it goes down to, okay, I mean, you know, by your placement alone, let's see what's going down here. These guys are at work, bro. Shout out to Prod working this down, man. They're like, yo, let's get everything situated here. But, you know, it's crazy. Kind of look at the pressure on that Arcos gameplay. Was that everyone was like, the majority of the lobby knocked down everyone down before, right? To get him getting a chance right here. Hold on. We got some word in here. We got some word coming out here for the champion. Gonna get revealed here in a second. I hear everything. I'm wondering what's gonna happen here. Hold, hold, hold. Hold in the chat, yo. Hold in the chat. I gotta see the emotes out there. Hold. And it's gonna be coming through here for MSC. Zay gets himself as the MSC qualified player to make it through and making it to first place.
No, it had to be by 0.5. It had to be by 0.5, man. Wow.
Calculated.
That was a massive elimination there onto BG, man. He knocks him at third, gets the hit confirmation plus the elimination, and it books in his ticket to the mid-season challenge. Now we got, man, congratulations to BWG, Zay, being able to take this MSC challenge here for the European region here for the finals. That was a spectacular showcasing from all of our players, man. That top 4 was super, super close overall, man. I was so excited to watch, man. I love how the European region respected the format and not dittoed characters in the same pool. I love that everybody played different heroes. Everybody just pretty much respect the whole pro league format, right? Into game 6, yeah, we had one failure, but it's whatever. Yeah, whatever, you know. Everybody else was rocking the Opcos. But yeah, BG did end up MVPing for that game 6, but it wasn't enough, man. Getting him knocked out in that third spot. It's just rough, man. But Wooi being that shutdowner, man, for this. Here it is, Scenario, man. Look at that. They actually tied in the points between BG and Wooi for that 6.5.
Yeah, taking more eliminations and Majeen getting cornered out there by that tree line was enough to put it down. And then having 6.5 for both that from Wooi getting himself up to the top 4 at least. We got to look at the standings, right? 1.5 for Trex.
Yeah.
Look at God7 with 1, but Yak not getting eliminations, getting killed out by, you know, God7 in that mix-up in the ravine over by Artisan's Grove. GGB going down there as well as with Shirro. I mean, these guys were putting up the fights for the round 6 rounds today. And of course, got a shot to the competitors, right? This is a lot of things to kind of keep in mind and kind of look taking forward and look at the points. 0.5, I knew it. I mean, I calculated before, but I was like, yo, this is it. This is 23.5 coming down there. Yep. 23 for Majeen. Wooi with 19, 18 for Yak, Trex with 16, 6 for God7, and then Shirro with 5.5, 0.5 for GGB. Yeah, I was talking about, like, yo, the next kill he needs to take has to be either Majeen, right? The Majeen has to go down because he gets placement of 0.5 there next, and then Zay did exactly what he needed to do in that position, and he guarantees the victory there. So this is kind of where we go to the final points. 0.5 is all the difference you need to take, and plus, Zay won that first round, right? That 2 points was enough to carry him over here. So putting himself out there, you know, it's a 0.5 difference. It made all it needed to be. With everything for the 6 rounds we played out, include the martial artist dual competition in round 1 for the verses. I mean, this was like, this is peak. peak EU gameplay coming down here, man.
Yeah. Top of that Munyon, man. Zay with that 4K. Majeen locking in, what is it, 2.5? Wooi snags up to 1.5. I mean, he is, man. Yo, Wooi, if you heard me, I know you was on the bottom side, but you made it top 3, bro. You can DoorDash me, just what I'm saying. Anyways, guys, hope everybody has a good rest of your day. I mean, it's been insane, right, Severo? We saw the straight action, the pressure here from the European region, and the skill of all these individuals, and how exciting it was to watch, especially in that game 6, with how close everything was. That was just insane to watch. That is going to do it for today's show. All 6 games out of the way. We got NA around 6 p.m. Eastern time zone, and we got trios for both EU and NA tomorrow as well. So we're not done with the MSC challenge. We still got both regions still going up for both modes as well. But that's gonna be it here for today's matches. My name is Creators, and I was here with Severo. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day.